Well, hello, weary travelers, and welcome to the Come and Go Tavern. My name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I'll be your hostess this afternoon. Today's kitchen special is fried chicken with potato wedges and our secret house sauce, and it looks like Alexia is currently available for a full-service package, if you know what I mean. But if you see anything or anyone else on the menu that you're interested in, just let me know, and we'll see what we can do. Let's see. What are we working on today? Today is our 18th Hytale stream, I believe. I think I finished the beams and ceilings for the Come and Go after last stream's ending. There were only like a room or two left, but we're going to give it a check just in case. Whether that needs some more work or not, I'll be moving on to the walls of the temple after that, so there's still plenty of work to be done. As usual, I'll also go wherever my mood takes me, as I always do in these sorts of games. And I'll try to be yappy the whole time too, but that's basically a given. I am, once again, kind of in recovery mode from an outside gig, because we have had a number of festivals coming around recently that needed a little bit of extra coordination and some moving of boxes and things. If my voice sounds a little bit tired, that's why. It's just getting in a whole lot of extra use right now, especially after basically a year of being a homebody. It's just interesting to actually be using the old voice again. But anywho, as always, I will also be available for comments, questions, and concerns about the old tavern, as well as a regular old conversation, so don't be afraid to fill that chat with discussion. Now I should probably start the music in the background. And then move us on over. Hello, Kiwi. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Oh, and I also forgot to, mention and or apologize for the super late start this morning. As I mentioned over on Blue Sky, basically, like, I got captured by a bit of scheduled maintenance for my PC. It wanted to run a deep dive on my RAM, basically recheck all of the memory, which I thought was a good idea, because in looking at it, I was like, why? Okay, I have 32 gigs of memory. Why is 11 of it just being taken up? I know, it's concerning, but just being taken up by average usage. Okay, so our office. Kiwi, do you know if you'll be doing any more of those explorations of shards anytime soon? Oh, and apparently, such a high usage of RAM is actually fairly common with Windows 11. It's supposed to release said RAM when you actually need it. But basically, the developers used it as a shortcut to, what am I looking for here? To speed up the basic processes of using the computer. Ooh, okay, well, I don't know if I'll be able to make it on Sunday. I have another outside gig coming up that day. But I will try. I will be there if I can be there. And if nothing else, if y'all end up gathering a shitload of deadwood that you don't need, just go ahead and drop it off at the chest outside of my base, if you would be so kind. Hang on, is this the redwood? This is the redwood, okay. Well, aka any deadwood. Yeah, pretty much. I wasn't sure if you were actually using it for any projects or anything, so I didn't want to make an assumption. Alright, so you know what, let's go ahead and do some flooring stuff. You're using it to overfill the chests of chests with chests. Oh, I see. Well, I definitely need a boatload of it since it's what I'm using to floor the entirety of the come and go. So, you know, if you had, anytime you end up with some hanging around, please just drop some off. Oof. You know what? I think I'm going to commit to playing Baroque on stream this coming October. I don't know where I'm going to fit it into my stream schedule, but I do think I want to commit to that. Because every time these soundtracks come up, I rave about how cool that game is. I will see if I can manage to find a version based on the old Genesis version that I can get running for stream. If I can do it legitimately, all the better. You know what I mean? Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, I suppose. But that's sort of on whether Atlas releases the version for Switch over here in the US, or if maybe I can acquire a version for the Switch here in the US, because I do technically still have a way of streaming for my Switch. I haven't done it since Advance Wars Reboot Camp, but it is possible. I just don't know how convenient it would be in my new living situation and how I've got my office set up now. But yeah, if y'all want to see a roguelike from before the term roguelike became commonplace with extremely weird psychedelic... Hello, Coleman! How are you doing? As per usual, I was lurking in your paint stream. I don't remember what those units were called, but the Corn Cavalry looked like it was coming along very nicely. But anywho, yeah, especially the Genesis version of Baroque is very, very cool. Absolutely amazing usage of two-dimensional sprites over 3D backgrounds. And unlike with Resident Evil, these were true 3D backgrounds. Because the Genesis was actually capable of doing that sort of thing. Oh, you're regretting that it's already 1 a.m. Oh, hang on. My chat got squished like usual. Oh my goodness. I just love it when OBS won't allow me to, like, forces a frame to be larger than it actually needs to be. Let's see. Hello! You're almost done cleaning up, and while not regretting it, it's already 8 or 1 a.m. Hey, ha ha ha. Mighty Skull Crushers, or proxies as Lords of Juggernauts for 40k. Fair enough, fair enough. Got them and 10 shirtless Blood Warriors to battle ready. Nice, nice, nice. Love to hear that. Okay, so we have the main rooms of the temple, all in stonework floors. It's absolutely gorgeous. The coat room over there. Restrooms here. And then we have the private worship room for like wedding ceremonies that need to be private and things like that. Plus Elena's preparation room, Elena and Lenart's bedroom, restroom back there, down to part of the, what do I want to call this? Because it's part of Elena's museum. Like this whole room and then that downstairs room are all part of the museum to the various other deities that aren't actively being worshipped. And then this is the public garden behind the temple. I still need to figure out a way to make a gate here that blocks off entryway into this sort of showing area. I would love an iron, like a wrought iron gate, but I have a feeling that that provides a little bit too much visual clarity, as it were. So I think that's basically everything. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and we're going to clear out more of this underground area for... You know, I completely forgot to check with Elena how big this area actually is. Just 10 Blood Reavers left to battle, ready for the weekend. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I have made absolutely zero progress on the Nightingale since last we talked to Coleman. It is a little bit of a personal shame, but also I have been working hard, so, you know, gotta conserve my energy and use it where it's needed. You wish you were still on vacation and halfway up a mountain. Honestly, fair. Fair, fair, fair. Let's see. It's always strange being in the entertainment industry just because, like, it is extremely difficult work. Or if not difficult, then at least intensive work. Like, load-ins and load-outs, which is what I've been primarily helping organize and do lately, are not necessarily, like, the most skilled labor, but they're very, very intensive. You know, because, well, if you have to load something out so that the next show can load in, you have a hard deadline of when that can be done, and so we're talking large crews, we're talking heavy loads, and thankfully part of that is mitigated by things like forklifts and the like, but, like, that still only goes so far, you know? Although I did see a piece of equipment that has one of the strangest forklift compatibility things I've ever seen recently. So usually large equipment that requires being lifted by forklift will have, like, specific pathways for the forks welded into its base. Which, you know, normal, right? Most of the time that's done in, like, a fairly, like, I'm gonna go with the word linear direction. Like, if there is, like, let's say there's a crate, you know, perfectly square crate, right? So those lift spots are going to be, like, perpendicular to one set of sides and parallel with another set of sides. You know, like, the idea is you would face the forklift towards the crate and then just pick it up and boom. There was a very complicated piece of equipment that I'm not going to specify because I don't know if there are any NDAs involved in it. It was definitely a custom piece for one of the shows I was working on, where those lift channels were actually welded on diagonally. It was strange as fuck. and like the whole crew that I was working with stopped to watch the forklift put this thing in the truck when it came time, because we were like, how exactly is this going to work? What's the load not dispersal, distribution on this thing? Forklifts and zoom booms, the power of the lifts. Oh yes, oh yes. Oh my goodness, this song's from Battletech? I genuinely I don't recognize this song. After we get done with Shadowrun Hong Kong, we're definitely moving on to Battletech, as long as I can get it and OBS working at the same time. Because, and the reason I say that is Battletech simulates a lot of things a lot of the time. Yes, Coleman, I am very much looking forward to playing back through the Battletech campaign. I haven't played it all the way through since the DLC, like the blast of the DLC was dropped, so I am extremely excited to play through it again on stream. And it's another HBS joint, which is the reason why I want to do it after I finish Shadowrun Hong Kong. Plus, if you didn't know, Lady Arano is canonically trans. So, yippee! Representation and all. 2, 3, up. Oh, and House Arano officially still exists, according to the most recent book. I want to say it was mentioned in Il-Clan. But if it's not, Pentakill. Anyway, oh my goodness, good timing for the Boktai soundtrack to pop up. Not that Pentakill comes from that, but you know, it sounds appropriately stressful for a League of Legends reference, in my opinion. Yeah, I still don't know why the label for that soundtrack doesn't pop up. But, oh well. What was I talking about? Oh, right, House Arano. So, I know it was mentioned in the most recent book that House Arano still exists. They just, like, the Dark Age happened, and they kind of went, you know what? Not our problem. We're just gonna shut down our HPG, and no, it's fine. It's fine. We don't need to deal with that. That's fine. And so they've just kind of been hanging out on their portion of the periphery. Later this year, you're going to be trying your gaming group to get into some Battletech Alpha Strike games. Ooh, nice. One of my friends is kind of looking for a way for my Arano House Guards to work into his ongoing campaign. Because he's got a combined Total War and Battletech campaign. So many of us have mech packs or starter boxes, but you never found time to play. Ooh, fun, fun, fun. And the cool thing is, we think we have a way to do it that is going to scare the shit out of his regular players. Like, I'm probably only going to appear as like a 1 to 2 session, what's the guest, I guess, would be the best way of saying it. But they are currently about to go mess with workbench. There we are. Okay. They're currently expecting an assault from House Kirita, or at least ex-House Kirita forces. And if things work out the way I hope they will, my House Arano forces would be like essentially approaching from their flank, just on like a little expeditionary thing. And if you don't know what House Arano's colors look like, well, let's just say they look shockingly close to the House Kirita colors at a glance. So, yeah, suddenly, you know, a bunch of, like a whole group of mechs, including an assault mech, 2 heavies, a few mediums, and a whole Irby lance drop in on a patrol, looking like the main enemy coming up from behind. Oops. Hello. You know? So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, I'm hoping to give somebody the willies, as it were. It'll be a lot of fun. Alright, let's see. Let's dump some dirt. Then this goes back in here. Alright, we got half slabs. I really wish I could, like, recycle that, but oh well. Alright. She'll come in to do a comm star to the main group now. I mean... it's just one of those little things, you know? You know? But yeah, no, I'm hoping to have some fun with it, and that my usual dice curse won't bite me in the ass. Wish you good luck and a great day. Time to attempt a 5.5 hour unconsciousness before work. Hey, fair enough, bud. Enjoy your unconscious time. Okay, so let's see. Let's finish up that area I was just working on. I don't know if that's going to be the full size that I want it to be, but it's certainly a start. Ooh, I could probably use the chandelier down here because of how high the ceiling is. Like, I've had that chandelier for a while, and I still wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to use it for because it... Oh, thank you very much for the actual size redeem. I appreciate it. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh no. Okay, so this can't be the final size of the room. Has to math. The math has to math, you know? Oh. Alright, well, I may not get a choice in this matter. As it looks like that's the exterior wall. Well, yep, I suppose that's gonna be that, isn't it? I may extend the room in the other direction a bit. Real quick, I'm gonna do... Okay, good. Those lines do line up. Go ahead. This down to there. Hang on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh! 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Bit of gravel there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, that should be good. And that gives us a nice square room down here. Okay, excellent. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just reminded myself of a stupid non-word that I used to like just use whenever I was doing like geometry homework. It's the square area. It's the square area. You see? Huh? 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. 1, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Ah, beans. What? Oh, hello, Allegro. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. 2, 3, 4. Alright, I'll just do a double torch at the back there if it's going to be a whole butt about the whole thing. Why did your follow disappear? Anyway, you know, Twitch, like, anywhere that includes follows, I never assume that they're going to stick around forever. And I will always try to manually check in on people after a while because, like, I've had follows disappear on Twitter back in the day, on Tumblr, even on Facebook, you know? So Blue Sky and Twitch are very, very similar. But how are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. I'm just kind of piddling away at my construction still. And then on my second screen over here, I have Digimon up because it got brought up in the standard God of Discord instead of the Hytale one. And now it's just the idle game that runs on my iPad most of the day. You're very eepy. Had an extra surprise deadline and worked until 2 a.m. Uh-oh. That's a whole mood, though. Yeah, no, I worked until 2 a.m. not yesterday, but the day before. We had a loadout that was happening locally for like a concert series. So while I was not a team lead or anything on that, I was pushing boxes until around 2 a.m., which was, I'm going to use the word fun. My feet hurt. But there, I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, it's, as I was talking about a little bit earlier, when you do one of these loadouts, you have to be done by a certain time so that other events can come in, you know? Probably the worst one, I'm going to say worst, the toughest one that I've worked, we went overnight. Let's see, we started at 10 p.m. Or, well, hang on. The load in was from 8 a.m. till around 5 p.m. And then the load out the next day was around 10 p.m. till I ended up working until around 2 p.m. the following day. Because, well, not only was there another event coming in after that, but that event was on tour, so, like, it needed to go to its next destination, you know? Very, 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 very big event. But it paid well. Yeah, performance tech is a wild world. It truly is. It truly is. Fun as hell. Like, I love this job. I have, over the course of my life, tried to do various things outside of the performance world, and I just always keep getting dragged back in. Not by, like, other people, but just because my brain wants it, you know? It's once you are a part of the entertainment industry, it's very, very difficult to let it go. You very briefly served your time, and every now and again, hear things that remind you. So you get it, you get it. Okay, let's get going. It's also just honestly one of the most fun workplace environments that I've ever encountered. Like, I don't know too terribly many other workplaces that it's fully expected everyone's going to be swearing like sailors the entire time we're doing it. And telling raunchy jokes as well, you know? Oh my goodness. Okay, so, fun story. Oh.
What counts as hurt enough to go see Aunt Elena?
Oh, sweetie, what happened?
Well, LaFerlin and I were playing in the forest, and I sort of rolled down a hill wrong.
Oh, no, we can deal with that. We don't need to go get... I mean, we can see her if you want to, but look, yes, we'll go see Aunt Elena. But I think this is gonna be fine. All it'll do is bruise a little bit. Alright, so I need to go take care of that real quick. Thankfully we are in a pretty safe location, so I don't need to mess around with that, but everyone stand up, stretch your legs, refresh your refreshments, and I will see you all on the other side of the 5, and then I'll tell you that fun story. Just, if I don't remember, remind me the HR meeting with theater. I'll know exactly which one. So, yeah, be right back. Alright. So, we can say sanitize this, get it washed off, all that good stuff. And we are back. The Toral is cleaned up, good to go. Got a band-aid because he wanted one. Not because it was even necessary, but you know how it is. Sometimes kids just associate band-aid with everything is all better, and so if you don't give them one, then they don't think you're done yet, you know? But okay, so, HR stuff with theater. So, this is when I was working for a college, teaching theater tech, and that, you know, just all of that. And there was a whole series of HR meetings, not just with us, but for everyone in the arts. Basically, like, it's one of those things that, like, as a publicly funded college, we actively worked to make sure that our work environment was an open, safe, and healthy sort of place, you know? That kind of thing that more businesses and private institutions should probably also be doing, but, you know, good luck. And in 2 days of meetings back to back, we stumped HR and security because, well, first things first. Oh, hang on a second. I'll come back through with brick blocks and figure something out as far as chandeliers go later. But the HR one was, you know, basically like your standard like workplace harassment and like you know, don't touch students, all of that sort of thing. You know, the things that unfortunately more people than you would hope need to be reminded about. Well, our costumer stood up and said, well, hang on a second. That means I literally can't do my job nor teach students to do their jobs. And the HR person comes back with, what do you mean? Well, we have to take measurements. Can't you just have the students measure themselves? No, they're not trained to do it. Like, you can't trust a student to actively measure themselves. Like, it's a whole thing. Like, you have to train actors in particular to get over shyness about certain measurements of certain body parts. Because when you're costuming, you're not looking at like, oh, you're a size 0 or whatever. It's you have to take actual honest to goodness measurements of people. And people get really, really touchy about that number. And so if you ask them to measure it themselves, more often than not, at least one of those measurements will in fact be a lie. And so if you try to make clothing for them based on that number, then it's not going to fit. Best case scenario, it's too small. And that's best case scenario. And, you know, hopefully you have enough material to replace it with a larger costume with an accurate measurement. But more often than not, that's going to mean essentially recreating that costume from scratch. Yeah, no, it is absolutely silly, absolutely ridiculous. I hate that we live in a society that, you know, treats people in a way that they can get judgmental about 2, 6, 7, or that they think people will be judgmental, or even that, you know, people have experienced that sort of judgmentalness about, you know, just their bodies. Like, you know, people are just shaped the way they're shaped, you know? If you were cast to play a character, then that means the director thinks you have a good look for that character. That's nothing to be ashamed of, you know? So yeah, that's a big part of that. And so it just became this discussion of, well, if we can't teach people how to do measurements, which is a generally expected thing in our industry, then we are literally restricted from teaching our industry. And so we had to go in and actually do a bit of training for HR about like best practices and how to remain respectful while doing measurements and things, because this is already a thing that we were training our students for, you know, because, you know, it is an environment where touching has to happen, but there are specific ways. You always check in with the actors or whoever else you're measuring. Okay, is it okay if I need to take this measurement, here's what I'm going to do. Are you prepared for that? Those sorts of things, you know, just constant communication about like, hey, here's what I'm doing, here's why I need to do it. If somebody says that they're not comfortable with you taking that measurement, you find somebody who they are more comfortable taking that measurement with. And as long as it's a person who you also knows how to take measurements, that is also entirely fine. Oh, I'm so mad. Your new coworker claims he has working in lumberyards before and he can't read a damn tape measure. Oh no! To be fair, I have definitely run into people who can't read a damn tape measure. There are some instances where I think that's actually okay. Not that it's okay, everybody should strive for being able to use their tools as well as they possibly can. But there were times when I was training carpentry students. Excuse me. Okay, that's not okay. I'm still gonna finish my story, but new boss, not okay. If you are working in a carpentry field as a crew lead and you can't read a tape measure, that's not cool. Now, the circumstance that I was about to mention was when we were doing quick production. The standard operating procedure was to have multiple crews doing specific tasks. You would have one crew doing all of the measuring and marking on lumber. You would then have a second crew doing all of the initial cuts to said lumber and the checking of those cuts. You would have a third crew doing assembly, a fourth crew doing base painting, and then that would get passed off to the scenic crew, who would be doing the much more detailed work. And they would have their own subdivisions and things like that. You know, I shouldn't say, hang on. Scenic work is not my specialty, so I need to double check myself. Because now I'm doubting myself as to whether base coat is the actual first coat that I'm talking about. Or if in theatrical terms base coat is actually the first step of the scenic treatment. Oh shoot. It's the preparatory coat that makes sure to fill in all of like the weird little gaps that all materials have, and like the sponginess of lumber, for instance. Primer coat. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, priming is that first one. Base coat is the first layer of the actual technique. It is usually the most common color in the finished technique look. For instance, if you're doing a wood grain technique, that like you're trying to make something look like pine, for instance, your base color would then be a very light color. So think like like a sienna of some sort, depending on the exact kind of lumber that you're trying to make it look like. Or wood, that I should say more specifically. So yeah, it's primer. So primer and or shrink coat, depending on whether you're painting onto wood or if you're painting onto a fabric. Followed by a base coat, which lays down your initial main color for your technique. Then the more complex layers of the technique, usually finished on, and like that could be 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, however many steps that needs to actually be. And then finish it off with a glaze of some sort to help protect it. And I know in our primers we also mixed fire retardant into them because, well, Theaters don't like fires. Or what are, unfortunately, probably some very obvious reasons. Okay, so if I go out... that. So if I drop a chandelier here... Yeah, most buildings don't like fire. You know, that's fair, but given that a lot of theatrical sets are still largely made out of lumber, I feel like theaters don't like fires even more than most buildings. That'll be a chandelier. Ooh, or do I... You know what? I'm gonna set some stonework down for this, but I'm probably gonna go get a fancier stone to actually hang the chandeliers from. Okay. Yeah, okay. I am being very, very focused right now because I want these in the right locations. Hey, there we go. It's why so many of are moving to barrier tech coated lumber. There is a specific product called Roscoe that is designed to be mixed into your primer coat so that, you know, you can, I think it's Flamex. It's a fairly old formula, but it's also like there are newer versions of it that are also focused on being environmentally friendly. And so it is an oldie but a goldie, as it were. And there's versions of it that you can spray on with just like, you know, your standard hand pump sort of bug sprayer. There are also versions of it that I already mentioned that you mix in with your primer. Then you can also get pre-treated lumber if you can afford that sort of a thing. You know, yeah. But I know a lot of theaters that I work with especially can't exactly afford the treated stuff. Plus, because most of our carpentry happens indoors, we're already fighting the battle of dealing with like particulate and trying not to inhale that sort of stuff. So adding a chemical onto that while we're still doing the, you know, like before you even get to do all your cuts in carpentry would be a health and safety nightmare. So we have typically eschewed pre-treated lumbers for that reason. But I would imagine if you're doing like building construction, which is at least partly happening outdoors, that would be significantly less of an issue. Yeah, breathing it in isn't fun. We do free prefab in a shop. Interesting. So does everybody have to wear respirators or something? Like, how is that handled? Hello, Meat Stick. Enjoy your lurk. Oh, right. I need to take a look at how fancy we can make this. Not terribly, it turns out. Okay, well, I guess So I'll turn this into that, and then I know we've already got some smooth brick. There we go. They definitely should, but they definitely don't. Usually leave the big bay doors open. Oh my gods. No, 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 no. That's, Yeah, no. Ladies, gentlemen, lords, ladies, jesters, fools, and various knaves in between, please, 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 wear your fucking respirators. Like, holy shit, wear a respirator. Be safe, you know? I understand that you think just having a good cross breeze can be good enough, and for, like, basic-ass particulate, like sawdust, it's fine, I guess. Yeah, even demons need to protect their breath. Yeah, you know, you need to be able to breathe. 'Cause guess what? If you can't breathe, you're gonna die. I have had a number of relatives who passed away due to emphysema and related illnesses, so I take that very, very seriously. Especially as somebody who has lived through a couple of major fires, and then dealt with the results of being exposed to that sort of particulate. Just, yeah, no, you don't want to require ongoing maintenance to do a basic thing like breathing. Trust me, it's not fun. It's not. It's super not worth it. Okay, let's put those there. Oh, I'm walking the wrong direction, that's why. Alrighty. So, remove these real quick. Punch them back out. And then install the very first chandelier in here. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's real nice. It's still a little bit low for what I would like, but I think it'll work in this environment. What do you mean stand up? I've been standing. Hang on, I need to run in place apparently. Enjoy the show, I guess. Yeah, let me turn sideways to give you a good, give everyone a good look. I know my watch is keeping an eye out for my health and safety and all that sort of stuff, but I have been standing this entire time. I'm at a standing desk. Don't need to, like... So the problem is, because I am as physically active as I am, my heart rate is super duper low. Like, my resting heart rate, like when I was at my most healthy, my resting heart rate was easily in like the 50s, maybe the low 60s. I'm just so used to things. And so like me standing still, I apparently stand so still that my watch just does not detect the fact that I am even standing. It's amusing, but also frustrating. You know what I mean? I don't know for certain if I'm going to expand this wall and that wall any further, but I do know that these front walls are in the place that they need to be, so. Excuse you? There we go. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Bleh, bleh. Why are my lips chapped? Give it. Thank you. Sorry, that was a completely random thought out of nowhere, wasn't it? One of those, I licked my lips and, like, I don't know, they just feel chapped, so give me... And thank you very much for the posture check. I very much was starting to, like, sink downward, wasn't I? Alright. Again, I'm not 100% sure that those two walls won't expand any further. I'm not going to do too terribly much more work down here. Oh, I need basalt if I'm going to start doing major expansions on the temple. But I think at the very least we can kind of start off something for now. Hup. Hup. I said hup. Me up. Thank you. Goodness gracious. How rude. Oh. So that hall zone will need to be filled in, but I can do that later. Ooh, I can also start off these because this is right at level with the walking path here. Hup. I'm trying to decide how tall the temple should actually end up being, because the height that it's going to end up being at right now feels too short. And what I may end up doing is the main temple area goes to one height, and then the dorms section goes to a different height, because that is how tall it is. For real. Wink, wink, nudge. So what we may end up doing is back to about here at the full height, and then just one additional layer for this. I think that makes sense. Because I know even though the area where Elena lives is shorter than the main temple, it is still a bitch to clean up in the rafters. I just don't remember if that actually sticks up over the walkway. I think it does, so I think that'll be the full height. Actually, no, you know what? Let's not do it that way. Let's... Because I don't want to go through the annoying solution of, like, adding an additional wall on the interior there to keep people from looking down into her space. Because again, this right here is her bedroom. So we're actually just going to move where this ends. So that it lines up here instead. There. Oh. That makes more sense to me. Not going to be the most aesthetically pleasing thing in the world, but, you know, we can't win them all. And I really don't want to move this bridge again. What I may do, though, is make this like a sort of a cutout here, but who knows? I'll cross that bridge when I get to it, as it were. There we go. Okay, that's reconnected. So her living quarters will be a shorter span. All right. End up with any of those? I did. Okay. Can put that towards her over there. But it's not directly in the path of somebody exiting. Okay, that's gonna look... It'll be fine. How does that look like? Look for an overall height. Make my way. May need to go even higher if I'm being honest. This sounds like a very artsy film from like the 1970s, you know? Very contemplative. If I didn't have it on screen that it was from Inscription, I would not have realized that fact. Alright, you know what? Let's head to the ground and see what that height looks like for... Up, up. That might be tall enough, but I'm somehow thinking it won't actually be. Unfortunately, I think we're reaching a point where I really and truly need more basalt so that I can actually build the damn thing, you know? Oh, I didn't do roof beams over in the stables yet, so... Okay, let's get up the stables before we do our final checks of the main tavern, shall we? Dang it. That's just gonna keep happening, isn't it? Wait, why am I doing this from that extreme side? Be smart. Gotta use my degree for something, right? Up, 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 up. Oh, okay, so the other story that involved the training stuff. I already talked about the costumers and how we actually ended up having to teach HR like some stuff about how our industry operates and all that. The other one, part of the same series of discussions, was when security started coming in and talking to us about, like, you know, okay, here are signs of suspicious individuals who might be hanging around different parts of the campus and all that sort of fun stuff, right? And so they start talking about, like, you know, well, you know, if you ever see anybody wearing like cargo pants and like a lot of black tack gear or stuff like that, or people in trench coats and all of that sort of stuff, and we're like, okay, we see what you're trying to talk about right now, and we certainly respect the fact that, you know, you don't want Nazis on campus. However, that also does describe our technicians. And they kind of did a wait, what? And the like 3 or 4 technicians who were in attendance at that point just stood up, and one of them, and I am not joking about this, was very much wearing a Trip New York City Hellraiser style like floor length coat at that point. And it's like, okay, no, we are all wearing like BDU trousers or like tack gear trousers because they are rough wearing, dual layered cotton, have big old pockets for screws and bolts and any other fun things that we might need to be carrying around on a daily basis, and then wearing like black shirts and things, because like that's what you do. You're backstage, you have to be wearing all black so you don't get seen by the audience. And it was just this very awkward moment of like, okay, well, I guess check if they're theater techs first. It's like, well, okay, that's not the solution, but sure, why not? And it's just they like, okay, guys, like, can y'all stop targeting us for 5 minutes? Like, we as a department are very much self-policing when it comes to kick out the fucking Nazi assholes. Because, you know, they don't typically last very long in the entertainment industry writ large because, you know, the entertainment industry is mostly queer folks, if we're being completely honest. Or people who are, you know, ADHD, ADHD, autistic, somewhere on the spectrum, or have something other quirky thing happening. And so, like, yeah, the fascists don't tend to last very long because we scare them away. Also helps that, you know, when you have the kind of union solidarity that working in IATSE gives you, you don't exactly have too terribly much patience for fascists, and you are significantly more willing to mouth off and make sure that they are uncomfortable in your areas because you know the union will have your back. It's nice having a real union as opposed to what some of the things in the United States are that call themselves unions are nowadays. Also, hello Allegro, I know I just saw you log in. Hope you're gonna have fun. Hope that my building and yammering inspired you to come and play. Ooh, am I gonna have enough beams to finish out this area? Teehee, fair enough, fair enough. Oh, I'm really hoping that like, size mod can be used soon because I want to be short. It is completely inconsequential. I don't even need to necessarily interact with the world as a short person, but you know, it's always fun when I can actually be a short character, you know? Speaking of short, apparently. Holy moly, thank you very much for the scuff time, Blasty. Hang on, I need to go over into VTube Studio and... Whoop. There we go. What in the world was that all about? Amazing. Who knows why VTube Studio does the things that it does? Particle Man, Particle Man. Actual size of a Particle Man. Oh, hello?
Someone's flirting with Dad again.
Oh. Okay, is he actually uncomfortable, or is it just weird for you?
Well, he sent me to get you.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'll be there to help in just a moment. You know, okay, real quick story. So, Lila, who is our middleest child, she is very much a daddy's girl. And I used to think that that meant she didn't like me. I know, that's weird. But at some point, it kind of crosses every parent's mind of, like, you know, is it okay that I'm not my kid's favorite, you know? But at the same time, I do appreciate her. I do appreciate that she watches out and is such a good listener. And she might be a little bit of a brat sometimes, but she cares. Oh, that shouldn't have happened, but oh well. Oh, you got your start date for your job, huh? Nice. Hang on, I'm supposed to go for an ad break, which is the whole reason for the timer, in case anybody else hadn't actually caught on to that. But I think I'm gonna let it run out just so that you get the full scuff treatment timer, as it were. So, love that you've got a start date for your new job, Blasty. Is it relatively soon? Are you going to be kind of on hold for a while? Like, what are you looking at here, bud? Oh, it's on Monday. Okay, cool. Cool. So you've got a little more time to spend with the new living situation before you have to go and do other things. How are you settling in up there? Almost feels like moving from one corner of the world to another. Oh, I am definitely not going to have enough beams to finish this out. It's been a nice change. Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. I would imagine that the weather is much, much better. At the very least, you know? Alright, let's take a look. Yep, then you have to get up at the crack early, and drive up to the training place on the day. Nice. Early days are not always the best, but hey, once it becomes routine, it's not so bad, you know? The first few days are going to be murder, though. Well, the training place is further out than where you'll be working. Oh, okay, well, fair enough. Alright. Well, scuff is over, so I'm going to go ahead and head out there to help V out. Okay, so let's see, that would have been one. That would have been one. And help soothe Lila's nerves over the entire situation. So we'll be back in 5 or so minutes. Everyone stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments, and I'll see you all on the other side of the 5. Alright, so who is giving him trouble today? Okay, Sally's back up to her old shenanigans. looks like it became nighttime while I was away. We'll go ahead and hit up the temple because I've got a sleeping bag there. I wasn't even being a communist right now. Or is that just your first time getting to use that blasting? Ah, new button, new button. Okay. Yeah, I added that because I realized that, like, I will invariably, especially if I'm left to just kind of muse on my own, I will almost always dip into very much being a socialist about things because, well, I mean, you know, I like to support the people around me and make sure that we're all taken. Thank you very much. Yeah, as I was saying, I like to make sure that everyone in the village is taken care of. And like, even on the job the other day, so while we were on the gig doing this loadout, I, within an hour of it starting, became the crew mom for some of the younger people who were working around, because I'm like, hey, when was the last time you had water? Hey, when, you know, do you need a snack? I brought a box of Nutrigrain bars. You need an extra crescent wrench? There you go, bam. Just get that back to me whenever you get the chance, okay, sweetie? It was... once you have that instinct, it's very hard to stop, you know? But yeah, no, it's so yeah, I added that because I realized that, especially on these Hytale streams where I can just end up spiraling myself into a very, shall we say, revolutionary mindset at times, I needed a humorous way for people to be like, okay, Sheila, but maybe bring it down a notch. So yeah, that button got added. Alright, we're gonna go mining for basalt. So let's go ahead and store all of that. And we'll make a whole bunch more these before we go anywhere. Yeah, fine, fuck it. We'll go for the round 10, why don't we? That is not what you thought the Red Scare was for. That makes more sense. Oh? What did you think Red Scare was for? No, I'm extra curious. Oh, that make okay. I see how you got there. I see how you got there. Yes. No. For a variety of reasons, that is not a thing that I experience, which is mostly a good thing. But I'm not going to dig too deep into thoughts on that, because, yeah, no, anyway, moving right along. Right, basalt. We're getting basalt. You know what? I should probably put these in here. This is where they belong. Alright, so we're gonna head on over to Original Mine. Been a hot minute since we went down there and actually did anything, so... What's actually left in here? Some softwood. Oh, you know what? let's go ahead and finish moving all of these supplies. New boss is pretending to be busy again, aka staring at the front window like he does every couple of hours for 15 plus minutes. Now, on the one hand, I could give the benefit of the doubt of, you know, maybe he needs to spend some time recentering himself every once in a while. You know? On the other hand, it does raise some questions. You know? I am not in your situation right now, so I can't make a judgment call. But that does raise certain questions. Now, is this the guy who you were training before you left, or is that somebody else? Okay, so that's the regular stone. I think this next one should be basalt. He started 2 days before you left. Okay, gotcha. So yes. Okay. Yes, that's right. I had pre-cut some channels for this the last time we were down here. Well, this probably won't be the rest of the stream, but it will certainly be the next segment or so. Okay. Because I remember you having to train... Well, no, because it must have been a different guy then if this guy just started. I remember you had somebody who you were doing retraining on for like the 4th time or something silly like that. And, well, I certainly can't dictate the way that corporate handles its people for you. Yeah, retraining that many times might suggest that he might not be a good fit for the industry. But I think we've already had that discussion, you know? And then we go right back across. I have no idea how many blocks of basalt this will net me. So we're gonna find out together. Or I shouldn't say blocks, but stacks. Oh no, that guy went on mental health leave for 3 to 4 weeks and isn't back until tomorrow. Oh. Okay. That might add some context to him needing retraining so often. You know, anytime I hear about stuff like that, it really just makes me realize how hard I worked for the entirety of, like, quite frankly, the 20 or so years before COVID hit. And I think this is a story that I have told on stream before, but when COVID hit, it made me realize that I had never actually taken vacation. Like, I had like a week or so off at times because, again, working for a college means that, like, okay, spring break is happening, or you know, Christmas break is happening, and so we are literally not allowed to be on campus. But that's not really time off. Like, we're still doing design work and other things like that during those times. And so, yeah, when COVID hit and we were all forced to take actual time off because we didn't know when we were going back. We couldn't plan for another production past a certain point because we didn't know when the next production was going to be at that point. And I realized that I had not had actual time off since I was 16 years old, and all of my burnout, all of my very much on the spectrum autistic burnout caught up with me all at once. And honestly, I think I'm still in recovery from that. Yeah. Thank you very much, Blasty. I appreciate it. It's the rock and a hard place of I don't want to spend too much time off because that means I lose opportunities to work on projects that I want to work on. It also means that my skills start slipping. And then, like, what kept me from doing that in previous was, like, I am very bad at gauging how bad I am feeling at any given moment. I am very lucky to be in the relationships that I'm in where people can tell me, hey, you need to stop for at least a little while. But when the other people are also experiencing similar levels of burnout and we can't check each other, like, that's not great, you know? And so, like, it just turned into this situation where other people would go on sabbatical or take vacations, and like, okay, well, I'm still around, so I now have to pick up the slack for that, which means that I never even considered taking a vacation, you know, because, like, I'm the one who's around to cover for other people. And then COVID hit, and then I have tried to recover as much of my time as I possibly can. I started putting my foot down more about, like, sure, I mean, I can cover this, but also do not expect me to do X, Y, or Z that I was doing basically for free before, because I won't have the time. I will go insane, and I will return to some bad habits. Nothing destructive, but, like, I mean, again, if you've ever seen a person on the spectrum hit complete burnout before, where they just, you know, they're capable of doing certain tasks, but they are going to turn into a shell. You know what I'm talking about. And weirdly enough, streaming helps me recenter myself, because this is a thing that I get to do on my own terms, and it allows me to, if I'm being frank, spend some time in a version of myself that I like a lot better, you know what I mean? Helps me figure out some things about myself. But I'm not going to dig too deep into that right now, because I don't want to go maudlin in the middle of a stream. I'm not trying to do that today. I should just catch up on chat instead. So let me get to the end of this row, and I will absolutely catch up on chat. Let's see. You know, when you try to negotiate his job, he'll come back and be the shop manager, but I'm not doing X, Y, or Z. The owner told him, and I quote, X, Y, and Z is the job. Yep. You don't think that's the issue with him. He's taken 40 days of vacation since January, before the mental health leave. Yeah, you remember what that was like. Took 9 months to recover from burnout from the last company you worked for. Oof. Oofa doofa. Ooh, and you have another person logging in. Fun, fun. Wait, was that you, Kiwi? I can never remember what your, or if you are the same username in this, or if you are a different username. Hey. Oh. And just as fast as MC Thief arrived, they have disappeared. But yeah, no, it's ooh. Oh, okay, yeah, I figured you were at work, but, you know. Who knows what kind of network you're on, you know? There have definitely been times when I have been working a job that I was required to be there as, like, the last line of safety, shall we say. Oh, good example. Great example. There were times when I was working for the college where I was the adult on call for show runs. But we trusted the advanced technical production students and the theater design practicum students to be stage managers, to run their crews, and all those sorts of things. So, like, I would stick around in person for, like, the first show or two, just to make sure that they weren't going to run into any hiccups. And then I was free to just go be in my office, you know? I still very much had to, like, if there was something that went wrong, come back and help them deal with it. But, you know, I could just, you know, go to my office and read or write or, you know, play on my phone a little bit, that sort of a thing. You know, plan lessons. Well, if I'm being more honest, I was one of those professors who tried to front load as much of our planning as possible before the semester even started. And, you know, there would always be, like, those moments where, like, oh, I've discovered something in this lesson that needs to be adjusted halfway through the semester. Like, oh, here, I figured out a better way of teaching this thing, or, enough people are answering this question wrong across multiple instances of the course that I've realized I asked the question wrong. Which I wish was more common with more professors, but, like, I don't know, I can't not be analytical about that sort of a thing, you know? Like, if I have a quiz question that, let's say, even 60% of the students are getting wrong consistently, that means that I'm either not teaching that part of the subject correctly, and I need to reevaluate how I'm teaching it, or I've written the question wrong, and I need to reevaluate how it's worded. Because something isn't lining up. You're always going to have a few students get any question wrong, even if it is the most direct, literal question. But there's a certain percentage where, like, you have to reevaluate, you know? And I absolutely despise professors who, you know, inherit a lesson plan or, you know, treat it as like, well, I can't be the problem because I've got a more advanced degree. It's like, okay, but you're also an imperfect person. Like, we all have communication problems, whether we realize it or not. And it might even just be that, like, that particular student needs help understanding it. You know, I was also one of those professors who, like, hey, if you want to attempt a quiz again, I'm not going to stop you. You know, there's a certain cutoff to that. Like, my cutoff time ended up being, I want to say it was a week before finals started because, well, I needed time enough to actually, like, regrade everything. And everybody should get a chance. But, like, more often than not, I would just allow people to retake stuff. And even do so open book if they wanted to, because, like, well, I have a copy of the Backstage Handbook in my toolkit at all times. Like, that's the thing. If you are actually in your industry, like, working on a day-to-day basis, you're gonna have access to, like, tech manuals and things. You're gonna have access to those things. That's just part of it. That's working in an industry. You're going to be able to check documentation. So, it never made sense to me when people were like, oh, well, you know, we should have them doing all of this closed book. And it's like, okay, there is a time for that sort of a thing, especially in more advanced courses. But for basic intro stuff, why? You know, I don't remember every regulation in the book. And I have an astonishingly good memory. So, like, if I have to check basic rules and regulations, like, what's the ANSI rating for a hard hat? You know, I don't know that one off the top of my head. I know that protective goggles is Z87 plus. or depending on which version of the book you're looking at, Z8 7.1, Z8 7, Z8 7 Plus, it's all under that subheading. But hard hats? I don't remember that one. I could go grab my hard hat off of my floor over there, where it was so unceremoniously tossed after that most recent gig. Well, not tossed, placed down. But, I could check the actual inside of said hard hat for that. But, I don't remember what that rating is off the top of my head, because not everywhere that I work requires one. If I'm doing a load-in, load-out, hard hats are common. Hard hats are required. But if I'm just working in the carpentry workshop with no overhead work going on, I'm not going to be wearing my hard hat. Closed book are for things that are common knowledge to the point of not being written down. Open book for anything you can just easily look up. Exactly. For me, closed book was one of two things. Either I'm asking you to do design work, that is asking you a question of I'm not looking for mathematical things. I'm not looking for the design to be up to code right now. I'm looking for an artistic design, that sort of a thing. But even that's not truly closed book, because you might be pulling in something from a historical document or something like that. For me, it was more important to make a distinction between quizzes and tests and practical demonstrations. Does that make sense? I would much rather see you do a practical on something and demonstrate that you can do all of the measuring, all of the math behind something, and all of that sort of thing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's already taken care of. That's taken. 3, 5. 2, 3, 5. 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1. Okay. But yeah, no, I would much rather people just be able to look stuff up, and then they will gain that closed book knowledge over time. Everybody gets a little forgetful sometimes, and so that was also part of the process, was breaking students of the habit of thinking that they have to memorize everything. I would rather know that you know where to go and look something up than trusting your memory if you're not 100% sure on a thing, because I have found that people who are willing to look something up are also willing to talk to other people about design stuff. And checking in with their fellow students and or other designers is an inherently useful thing in a collaborative industry. All code quizzes are a how well do you understand how to find what you need to look up. Exactly. If you happen to know the thing off the top of your head, great. I love that, because that means you're going to be moving even faster. But knowing how to figure out the thing is equally as important. Because, yeah, eventually you're going to learn the dimensions of a 2x4. You're just going to use that enough in day-to-day practice that it's 1.5 inches by 3.5 inches. That's just the standard, But if on your journey to memorization you need to look it up, well, Backstage Handbook has it on page 122. There's a whole chart of standardized lumber codes that include things like, standardized sizes, nominal sizes, average density, all that sort of fun stuff. And so, just knowing, oh, okay, I know it's in the book, and I've dog-eared the page, good enough, fine by me. Now, if you get into an advanced course and you're still asking that question, I am going to have some questions, because that means that whoever you did your practical exercises with did not do them strongly enough for you to make those basic memorization things. But again, that kind of depends on what your specialty ends up being, because by the time students were getting to our advanced courses, they had already started to specialize. If your specialization is scenic work, I don't need you to know basic lumber dimensions off the top of your head necessarily. What I do need you to know is safety rules and regulations as far as what paints can be mixed with other chemicals, stuff like that. I need you to have basic chemistry under your belt, as well as color theory and things like that. People who work in the industry who can't answer the nominal size question is lying. Either about their work history or about not knowing. Yep. Although, why would you lie about not knowing that sort of thing? I don't know. I've definitely run into some people who would do that sort of a thing as an attempt at a gotcha. But I don't understand that kind of mindset, you know? Now, I have gotten a squirrely look from people from other regions when it came to carpentry with lighter lumber, specifically like 1x. And I didn't understand why I was getting squirrely looks from this person until I realized that apparently on the West Coast it's much more common to use 1x4s instead of 1x3s because of the fact that they have easier access to old growth forests and stuff like that. Oh, you're really bitter about your new boss. Understandable. But yeah, no, like we kept having this like weird bit of friction about like what the appropriate size of 1x lumber was until he realized like, oh, wait a minute. All of the stock we're getting in is coming in as 1x6s. That's why you want us to cut things down to 1x3s so that we can get two 1x3s out of a single 1x6. And the trade-off in structural support isn't actually all that bad, specifically because of the design practices that we're using and how much attention we're paying to vertical heights. Whereas with 1x4s, you can get away with taller vertical heights with larger gaps in supports. He apparently didn't know we had... Okay, hang on. I'm actually going to manually... hang on. I never manually trigger, like, specific expressions on my model. I'm doing a specific expression on my model right now. What the fuck do you mean he didn't understand you had lumber grades? What the fuck? What? What? No. That's a bunch of nonsense. Neutral? Okay, hang on a second. Why is my model not going back to neutral now? Boo. Boo, I say. Boo. Okay, where are you? Stay mad forever. Yeah, right? Wait, huh? Why is my neutral expression gone? Hang on a minute. Did I accidentally delete my neutral? Well, this could be a problem. Let's try just... I hit Anki again. No, that doesn't remove it. What if I go to laugh? Wait a minute, none of these buttons are working now. What the hell? This is weird. Hang on, let's... That fix it? No, that didn't fix it at all. Where's my node graphs? Defaults. Toggles. Cheap. Yeah, why did that? This is annoying. He argued about how the system you built works. Oh, well that's... I wish I could say I was shocked by that one. Alright, hang on a second. I'm gonna... He tried to tell you you were wrong. Lovely. Love that. How wonderful. Where is my load model? Start settings. Can I... Oh, hang on a second. What if I... hit this? No? That still didn't fix my expression. Only accepted that you were right when you took it away and did it yourself. Fair enough. I hate that that's sometimes what is required. Oh. Wait, where did... Oh, hang on a second. Alright, I'm gonna relaunch Vignon. Hang on a sec. Something has clearly gone wrong. And... I may have to reprogram my neutral expression later. Which is very annoying, but you know, here we are. It'll get there. It'll get there. Come on, Vignon. There we go. 2. This camera. There we go. Okay, now we're back. Now we're back. Woo. That was weird. But yeah, no, there's a certain style of gentleman who will argue about the stupidest things possible, especially if you are somebody who is femme presenting. And, yep. I don't have any further things to say about that other than to commiserate, you know? That sucks. And while it doesn't quite qualify for an HR violation, it sure feels like it should. Even worse. Even worse. I don't know. As I get older, HR starts to feel more and more like it really and truly is just there to protect the company, you know? And that stinks. Alright, once we're done with this, let's check. Oh wait, we've got 2 more down here. So 1, 2, 3, 7. So 7 full stacks and then 1 partial stack. Hello?
The fire brought a gross bug inside again.
No, did he let it loose or does he still have a hold of it?
It's in a jar, but Lynn's looking at it like it's candy.
Of course she is. Alright, folks. I need to go make sure that Lynn does not get fed a bug. Her older brothers. I say older as if they're a few hours older. You know, it is also very, very strange to think of the kids as older or younger than each other when they are all less than a day old, like older or younger than each other, but that is a discussion for another time. For now, I am going to go and make sure that Lynn doesn't get fed a bug. Like I said, everyone stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments, and we'll be back in 5 or so minutes, alright? Okay, is it at least one of the regular colored ones, or is it like a weird and bright purple or something? There we go. Oh yeah, currently the only task you've seen him do is manages looking out the window. Sorry you're so unimpressed. No, I get it, I get it. Especially when it's somebody who is supposed to be in a leadership role and they don't seem like they can actually manage it, but are instead more obviously a product of nepotism and or personality. It is incredibly frustrating. I totally get that. So you are free to commiserate here. Okay. Let's see, we've gotten a ton of new copper. We've got a bunch more basalt, so we'll go ahead and head back up to the surface. Now, whilst I'm here, do I have anything down here that I need to move? Oh, some more lavender. Tons more sunflowers. Alright, I'll have to come back for the rest later. Alright, yeah. I should really add a Patreon note to the automation because, while that is true, the latest book that has officially been released is number 6 that you can find at that location. The books 7 and book 8 are technically available for free over on the Patreon right now. Drop that in there. Go. And on top of that, I've been working on redoing chapters for my first 5 books to do an omnibus edition. Oh, you gotta read his resume today. Obviously AI. Gross. Gross, 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 gross. On a funnier note, similarly, there was a guy who was trying to be an AI apologist in the local union's Discord server today, and I made a flippant remark that I was genuinely fearful that I was going to be like, oh, you know, like, oh, you've insulted somebody who has more experience in the union than you, 10,000 years in jail. And instead, a whole bunch of other members of the Discord also started clowning on the guy. And I was like, okay, phew, I did not, like, insult an elder or something by accident, you know? Because that was legitimately a fear for a moment. Right, I'm gonna hang out here for long enough that I can drop these 2 remaining things into the reach, as it were. There we go. Okay, so what's up next? Up next is we do a bunch of these. So, bop. And then I know that we're gonna need roofing materials again pretty soon. How are we doing for roofing materials though? Well, we're doing better than I thought, and also there are more basalt bricks in there than I realized there were, which is interesting. Would I like some better pickaxes? I will absolutely take better pickaxes, yes. But I will also say I do technically have a bunch of thorium pickaxes that I just have not had the supplies to make repair kits for either. And obviously, like, they're starting to wear down. Some of them are down to 160. But yes, I will always take supplies. Because I am not, like, it's not that I dislike the exploration aspect of this game. But my focus in block games will always, and has always been, on constructing weird, cool, interesting stuff. You know? And so I get ideas about like, oh, this is the next structure I should build, or this, that, or the other. And so I end up completely ignoring other aspects of the game, like those exploration mines and like going out and finding bosses, or going into places and finding like better materials and things like that. And especially in this one where like there is so much cool stuff that is just basic ass materials. Like, oh my goodness, the basalt bricks are a great example of this. Look at this. This is such a cool material. Like, look at these. Like, oh my goodness, it's so fun. Oh, okay, it's already morning. Gotcha. So I just need to be a little bit more patient and wait for the sun to come up. Real quick, let's get this taken care of. Alright, I am crouched, so I can do... Oh! A doy. That does make more sense. Instead of having to do this, go down, pick up the... There we go. Okay. Dirt blocks retrieved. But yeah, no, before you got here, I was talking to Allegro about the fact that I am going to need an obnoxious amount of deadwood, because I decided to floor the come and go in deadwood. Decisions were made. Decisions were definitely made. It looks gorgeous, but oh my god, I am going to need so much deadwood. Which, as far as I know, is only really available in those shard explorations. Oops. Alright, we're gonna focus on the outer walls for now. Because I haven't actually made deadwood or petrified wood. Give me a moment. I'm pretty sure. Well, I know when it's refined, it's called deadwood. Oh right, I have overshot where I need to be actually. It was the stuff that we got in that swampy area on the day that I came and joined all of y'all. Yeah, it's the stuff you can turn into deadwood planks. Is there a difference between deadwood and petrified wood? And yeah, no, it was easy enough to come by if you're doing those shards. But again, I am so super focused on the building aspect of the game that, like, I don't really spend too terribly much time going out and doing those sorts of things. Up, let me up. Thank you. Up, up, up. You get the processed versus the lumber mixed up sometimes, lol. Fair enough, fair enough. That weird double thickness wall is going to be an interesting one. So, one of the things that I kind of started to talk about before was I'm not sure if... Well, actually, you know what? It's a moot point. Because I already decided that the main congregation area is going to be 2 stories, but this part isn't going to be, didn't I? Which actually means I way overshot where I need this next layer of basalt, didn't I? Well, poop. Okay, hang on. Repair kits, better picks, and deadwood. Yes, please. Those are absolutely the things I am in search for right now. And a Coke, no ice. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Okay, let's get back across here. Got, antidote potions. This is the fantasy equivalent of what Pepsi do. I love that, thank you. Stamina would probably be closer to Coke, huh? You know, honestly, you're probably right. Oh, you know what? I feel a little foolish right now. I completely was not thinking about the fact that I would also need basic stone bricks. Hang on a second. We're gonna get as much of this wall done as we can. Then I'm gonna go back for more cobblestone. Because we've still got a bunch of this in storage. Oh. Well, that actually worked out perfectly, just about. Up, up, up. Oh. Alright. Let's go back and get some basic bricks. Ah! On my knees. You know, I'm not gonna blame that one on age. I jumped off a roof. Of course my knees hurt, you know? But now, in terms of soft drinks, I used to be an avid drinker of Mountain Dew, particularly if I can get, like, Concord grape juice to mix it with. It makes a very, very interesting, very dark flavor. But I have been weaning myself off of that recently. To focus more on, you know, just energy drinks, just a general energy drink. But I'm not, like, fiending at this point, so don't... I'm sorry, little mouse. Don't take me wrong there. I am allowed one monster per day. That's it. And if I happen to drink that before I get my exercise in, well, too bad. This song is doing a great job. It is delightfully stressful in exactly the right way. Your sugary drink addiction is Arizona iced teas or milk teas. Ooh. I used to absolutely love the, like the watermelon cocktail from Arizona. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it's so good. But also it makes me need to pee almost instantly. Actually weaned yourself off the Arizonas for the most part, and started making more of your own milk tea. Nice, nice, nice. But yeah, no, like that, I love those, but oh my god, just straight juice like that, you know? Ooh, boba, yeah. There was a boba place, or not even just boba, but they did milk tea, they did regular tea, and then sandwiches, back where I used to live, called Mimi's. They closed down the location that I used to be able to go to, and their remaining one was across town. But they were the first place that actually made me, like, something that I would qualify as, like, an actual fancy grilled cheese, without, like, I don't know, giving me shit about it, if that makes sense. You got apology wine from one of your bosses. Ooh. To apologize for your current situation or for something else. But yeah, no, like, they had a really, like, whole grain, wheat bread that they had, like, a whole bunch of imported cheeses, so they would stack, like, 4 or 5 different cheeses, whatever, like, would work well with my favorite kind of tea, which was a hibiscus hip tea, or no, hibiscus petal and rose hip. I don't like leaf teas, but like petal and hip teas, amazing. I have just realized that I painted myself into a corner here. That's fine, I'll deal with that later. For this moment, I'm going to go ahead and... the shit you walked into yesterday on your first week, day back. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. Is this a story you're allowed to tell? Because I kinda want you to dish. When I say kinda, I really want you to dish. I wanna know. I wanna know about the disaster. Because I have absolutely been that person more often than not. Who, like, I have walked away from a project to go focus on something else for a decent amount of time, and it's like that one screenshot from Community where Donald Glover's character is showing up with the pizza and everything is just already on fire. You know what I might do? I might clad the interior of this room with marble. I'd only be able to, well, no, because I'd only be able to do the interior on like 3 of, like, ground level. That could still be interesting, though. They promised to have the POS done on time, aka by noon on the 17th, and instead left it for you to do. Wait. Yesterday was the 20th, what the fuck? He finished fixing them at 1 p.m. yesterday. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, yeah, that deserves apology wine. Holy moly, y'all. What the fuck? Like, what? Okay. I'm gonna try to give someone the benefit of the doubt. Did it turn out to be more intensive than they expected it to be? So you had accounting pushing you for them all morning. No benefits, all doubts. I mean, fair. Listen, again, you know, like, I worked with students for long enough that, like, I am significantly more willing to give people the benefit of the doubt on things than I probably should be at times. That's the mominess kicking in, you know? Fallen. In the person they had do its defense, he'd never looked at the workbook before, let alone done one. Okay. Not a great excuse, but a legitimate excuse nonetheless. Yeah, they should not have promised. However, he wasn't the person who promised. Then what was the person who promised to do its excuse? No, you need to come apart. There we go. He didn't have time. Hint, hint. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Alright, well, fine. I suppose that's acceptable. You think he owes you fancy chocolates and another bottle of wine, actually? You know, honestly, fancy chocolates is not a bad way to go either. Here's another indie game that, you know, it's weird to think of World is Horror as an indie game, but it absolutely is one. And holy moly, is it one hell of an indie game. Between, oh, you wouldn't say no to fancy chocolates. I mean, I don't think most of us would. But yeah, no, in, World of Horror is an absolute... Okay, I tend to hesitate to use the term masterpiece, because I'm very tied to that term's original meaning. So... in modern terms, the word masterpiece is actually closer to what we would think of as someone's master thesis. It's supposed to be the thing that you do that proves you are a master at a specific, like, not task, but like form of art or, you know, whatever your industry is. It's the thing that proves that you deserve to be elevated from an apprenticeship to being a master within the guild, you know? I would call World of Horror a masterpiece. You know, it was made by somebody who was a true indie developer, like, he was originally a dentist. He's a fucking dentist. You know, this was just, he had an idea for a game, started learning to code, started learning visual design, started learning the basics of music composition, although a decent chunk of that game's soundtrack was also composed by a professional game composer, so, you know, I'm not saying he did it on his own ultimately. But I would say that even with my stinginess for the term masterpiece, World of Horror absolutely qualifies as a classical masterpiece, you know? I should make that a roofed-in section as well. I'll come back to that later. Oh, there's always so much to do. Alright, after I get this row mostly finished out, I'm gonna go take a look at how it looks from the ground. Because, like, this gray row would be the upper floor anyway. Or should I do a second row? You know what, I'll do a second row after this one. One more block that I meant to put there for right now. So I'm trying to be good about planning myself an exit pathway, you know? Ooh, and eventually I'm gonna have to come back through here and cut out some windows, aren't I? Now, do I want them to be similar to the windows in my inverted castle? Or more standard actual windows? Oh, you have another one of those swampy shards if y'all ever want to go to the, for crystals and petrified wood. You know what, Allegro? Hang on a second. Let me get this row established, and then if you're down to do that right now, I would be happy to go do that with you. Yeah. Huh? Well, like I said, I'm not sure I'll be available on Sunday. I've got another gig that evening. Well, to be fair, I'm gonna vulture a gig that evening. If you're not familiar with the term, essentially, like, because this is working with the union, essentially, sometimes if somebody no-call, no-shows, if you're just hanging out, you can get in on the call when someone else fucks up. And especially because I am relatively low rank in the union right now, it is a great way for me to pick up work that I'm not officially called for. Oh right, I was gonna go look at this from ground level anyway, so... Let's take a look. Yeah, not tall enough. Needs to be taller. But we'll come back to that later. I am going to go ahead and get rid of a bunch of stuff from my inventory so that I can have maximum stuff. But yeah, no, the official term for it is standby. Because basically you show up to the marshalling point and you are on standby in case somebody misses it or has to have a medical call out, those sorts of things. But the slang term we use for it is vulturing, because we're basically like a bunch of vultures circling in the sky to see if there is a dead job opening, you know what I mean? There is a common phrase within the industry that boils down to early is on time is late, late is replaced. And oh boy, is it true. Oh, I can... Nope. These can go there, these can go there. I'll keep some dirt with me, but I don't need to bring all of it along. Let's see. Spare tools right now. We do... Oh, let's put it here. I don't imagine that I'll need what's going in there. But, okay, where should we meet up? Oh, it's out of fuel. No, hang on. I'll leave that now because I've got a million sticks to burn. Let me stop at yours. You have stuff for me. Ooh, stuff. Love stuff. Stuff is amazing. Have I given you the tour yet, Allegro? Regrets. When there's a lot less stuff up. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, it's not like you haven't been watching the stream, so, you know, you've kind of gotten the tour at this point. Yeah. I still love how this initial area worked out. Like, it looks like just such a natural part of the landscape. Because it basically is. It started off as just that stone pyre. And then built around it for safety because, holy moly, the amount of bears that spawn in around here is ridiculous. Ah, the old horse paddock. I remember when Horace used to live in here for like several weeks. That'll be late. Oh, the map is broken again. Yep, it sure is. It sure is. I am generally north of the main camp, so if you're at the, like, if you can orientate from the space shuttle, I am north from there. Oh, yep, there you are. Hello! Oh, do I have... Oh, yay. Oh, an adamantite pickaxe. Oh, very fun. Oh wow, you really Thank you very much. If you'd like to come and see some of the new construction, you of course can. But I'm going to drop all of this off in the workshop. Let's see. Okay, so tools are going to go in here for now. Bricks are going to go in here for now. Ooh, repair kit should go with those tools. There we go. Put that there, for a reason. Alrighty. Oh, you think you found the back rooms. Oh no. Oh, did you go into the spire and go downstairs? Actually, whoop. Yep, you found the main mines. Yeah, no, the mines extend past draw distance down there at this point. It is a bit much. Hang on a second. What was the button for voice comms? Because I don't know how much of a delay you've got the stream on right now. Oh. And you're gone. Oh, ignore that. Fair enough. Fair enough. Wait, there's Discord integration now? Huh. T is the one. Okay. Apparently, according to the settings. Wait, voice chat is voice chat. I'm very confused now. Hold up. Found. Oh, it doesn't know what input device to use. Okay. Y is okay. There we go. Maybe. Hello? Check 1, 2. Yeah, push to talk toggle. Okay. Yeah. Huh! I don't know why it's not letting me toggle that. That's very annoying. Even more annoying, shh.
Huh?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, you can hear me. I cannot hear you. That's no
Okay.
why.
Very strange, very strange. Well, like, if push comes to shove and you can just hear me through the wait a minute, hang on, we're being silly. We're being absolutely silly. We're in a shared, Discord server. Adoy.
Oh yeah. True. Alright, hold on.
Hang on a second. Ba. There we go. Now, is the Discord going to show up in my audio? Maybe. Perhaps. Do you have a Fugi you would like to show up? Yep, nope, Oh, hang on.
Hey, what counts as hurt enough to go see Aunt Elena?
Oh, sweetie, what happened?
Well, LaFerlin and I were playing in the forest, and I sort of rolled down a hill wrong.
Oh, no. Okay, well, no, we can take care of that. Well, timing. I need to go and take a 5-minute break anyway, so we will go ahead and stand up, stretch, refresh our refreshments, and we'll be back on the other side of the 5, and we'll get some tech stuff figured out on the in the meantime. All right, folks. See you soon. And curtain comes down. Audio's still available. So Well, Allegro is not quite back yet, but I believe there are always things that we can be doing to, you know, take up some of the time. We've got a berry harvest we can get done. Ba-ba-ba. I need to find out if there's a way to move berry plants or like plant berries. I would love to have some of them in any of the gardens that we got over at the Comico. But I don't know if the game allows for moving those around yet. Oh right, there's that cut through. Oh, I should put furniture back here. Make it kind of like a little private sitting area. It'd be fun and cool. Yum. Oh, yeah. Almost certainly the furnace over here needs more. There we go. Alrighty. So I was thinking about doing the interior of the temple in marble earlier, or maybe even chalk, but just something to give it a nice white sheen. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, big boss meeting happening. 3 out of 5 owners with game faces. Make that 4 out of 5 owners. Ooh, that will be nice. Well, like, that's the thing. I'm not sure if I 100% want to do that, because of how the structure of the temple is. Like, doing chalk for this made sense because, like, both the inside and the outside were going to be white or off-white, you know? I would have preferred to do a different thing for the outside than the inside, ultimately. But because of how half blocks work in this game, I wasn't able to do that. Polished black marble for your build. Ooh, that could be fun as hell. Wait, does black marble exist in the game? Is that a thing we have access to? Ooh, 5 out of 5 owners are here. That's serious. That's big stuff going on. But yeah, particularly the structure of like this upper walkway area is what's giving me trouble. Okay, second. This one, 2, up. Oh, that actually works perfectly. Works perfectly there. 2, 3. Up, 1, 2, 3, up, 1, 2, 3, up, 1, 2, up, 1, 2, 3, up, 3, up, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, up, 1, 2, 3, up, 1, 2, 3. The next one goes there. 1, 2, 3. Oh wow, that worked out perfectly. Heck yeah, I love it when that works out. 1, 2, 3. Yes! Oh my goodness, it worked out across the entire thing. I love that. Goodness gracious, the soundtrack to Bot and Kaitos is good. Two, 3 would be there. 1, 2, 3 goes there. 1, 2, 3. Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Back. Okay. I will stop setting torches in the temple. Come back on over. Oh, hang on. While I'm thinking about it, let's give you a shout out. I can just hear you. That might be on my end though. Yeah, there you go. Ring, aggro. Both of those have double L's. Nice. There we go. So, otherwise, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Many such cases. Oh no. I mean, I love berries. Berries are probably my favorite food source in this game. If only because they're so easily gettable and eminently stackable. Ooh. Oh, that's cool as hell. Oh, I love that. I'm sure that has made your potion shop absolutely gorgeous. Fair enough. We're working on it. That's all you can do. The thing that I'm running into is that all of the tavern furniture is, of course, like derived materials. So you have to get one material, turn it into another material, combine it with a third thing, and then turn it into the furniture. Hello, evil rabbit. Yeah. Like that. Sometimes they get a little bitey, sometimes they're not. Like, I don't know what the actual trigger is. Uh-oh. Fair enough. Yep. Hey, I'm pretty sure I killed that wolf. There we go. He fell over and then got back up. Rude. I mean, listen, if you're gonna have that much HP... Thankfully, things aren't... I mean, my goodness, the absolutely gorgeous design. Like, flexing on everybody else. Like, oh my... Well, fair enough, fair enough. I will take the compliment. Like, to be fair, mine is based off of, like, an existing structure. Like I have made like 4 or 5 iterations of the Come and Go over the years in like battle map building software, and so that's what I'm working from ultimately, is the latest version of that. But yeah, ready to go? Yep. Oh, and we're here. It's our big tree. Oh wow, yeah, no. That is a big old tree. Yum. Hup. I love that as long as you don't stop, you can walk on those. Mm-hmm. Wait, what? Cannot hear the other. You can see the app. Well, hang on a second. Why is that? Who's that?
That's a hole.
There we go. Okay. You know, I really wish that was that audio capture was just going after Discord in general, not like a specific voice channel, but I guess, okay, fine.
Oh, interesting.
Weird, strange,
Yeah,
and
I think
wild.
that changed recently, because I used to have like no issues only doing general Discord, but now sometimes I have to go in and like refresh by
Okay,
like
so
the
it's not
fact that
just
I'm in a
me.
slightly different channel. It's very strange.
It is very strange.
It's
I
not
also
just you.
discovered that apparently it's some... Okay, you know what? That might also explain why it was not picking up sounds from my Vignon recently. Because
Oh.
I updated Vignon, and for apparently for like a week or so, it wasn't picking up like my hydrate redeems or anything like that. Oh, that's a gator. Oh, that's a gator. Not a friend. Not a friend.
Oh no.
It doesn't seem to pursue, but okay.
Was not pleased.
No, I thought it was a manatee.
See, that would be cool.
The awful part is not the first time I've made that mistake, and I have made that mistake in real life before.
Oh no. Okay, that's kind of impressive, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, look, when there's just a large thing disturbing the water,
Have you confused like a shark for a gator too? Like, I'm so intrigued by this, like...
well, no, if only for the fact that I don't tend to swim in the ocean.
That's fair.
And there's another fun story about why I don't tend to swim in the ocean.
I don't suppose you had a siren encounter. I'm supposing it was something else entirely.
Oh, something much more embarrassing. So
What?
an alternative name for rays is skates, right?
Uh-huh.
I discovered why this is in the most unfortunate and literal way.
Oh.
In the same day, I stepped on a skate 3 times and had it scoot out from underneath me, making me go ass over tea kettle underwater. Which, you know, I get it. It was completely justified in that. Like, yeah, if I got stepped on like that suddenly, I also would go running. But also, yeah, I'm good.
Like, no thank you.
I'm good. I'm good.
It's so interesting. I just, like, the parts of the ocean I'm in, I, like, don't usually have... Oh, there's a fucking giant frog in here. Oh, no.
Oh, boo.
Just don't usually have rays out and about. So... This is such an intriguing... I don't think origin story is the right word here, but, you know.
an explanation, perhaps?
Yeah. Oh, great.
Yeah,
just
it's
gonna put that
one of those
there.
weird things of growing up in Florida. Of you either make peace with the animals very, very quickly, or you become a hunter.
You become a druid or a ranger or something much more extreme.
Yep.
Those are the options.
They really are, and like there are some animals that I'll be like, okay, yeah, that's fine, but like, I did not want to step on any more like rays. I don't like that. Like, I don't want to be the person that gives them a bad day or hurts them or does something like that. So, yeah, that was my solution. It was just like, I'm just not gonna fuck with the ocean. How about that?
Problem solved.
Like rivers and creeks and stuff like that. Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Because like even the encounters I've had with gators are generally amicable.
Oh, okay.
The only place that they will really get aggressive with you if they're not already hungry is if you fuck around with their nests. Thank you very much for the coin toss, Weather. How are you doing? And yes, we have Allegro with us today because Allegro has the ability to take us to a wonderful swampy zone. And I've just realized I am doing this harvesting in like the most inefficient way possible. How did you get inside the tree?
Honestly, there was just like a gap, and I
Okay.
just went inside. So. Oh, look
I
at all that
just-
purple crystal.
Thought about how easy lumber harvesting was the last time we came in here and did this.
Oh yeah, and it's if you come inside and like start hitting at the walls and stuff, or try to grab some of these crystals and stuff, you're gonna get petrified wood galore.
Lovely.
Ooh, good
Oh,
night.
yep, there it starts going.
Yeah, there's like a rain of it happening right now. Even.
Heck yeah. But yeah, no, like it's just one of those things that you learn pretty quickly living in Florida. What animals you can mess with and what animals you can't. Like, oh goodness gracious, I've had some fun encounters with even like diamondbacks.
Oh.
Oh, they let you know. Like they're nowhere near as dangerous. Like it can be deadly to get bitten by one, but that does not necessarily make them a dangerous animal. They are just letting you know where their territory is. So as long as you are listening for the rattle and you are respectful about where you are going, and you know, watching where you're stepping, you'll be fine. Oh my goodness, is my inventory already full? Holy shit.
It could happen quick.
Yeah, no
Once
kidding.
it starts falling, it's just everywhere.
Yeah, no kidding.
Let's see. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh no!
Plus
Come on,
that scrap sword, that's basically useless. Crude hatchet, I can replace that.
Absolutely, you can. That's an easy one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a guy. There's a Vel'Koz. Hold on. Stop that.
Oh. What a delightful description for that. Oh, the crawlers. I hate the crawlers.
The crawlers do suck. This is true. Honestly, the little bug guys have gotten like terrifyingly strong. Oh, hello, crawler. What if you left me alone so I could go gather some more purple crystals before I leave here? What about that? Oop.
Were you the
I
one that I
can't
was
see
telling you the
shit.
story about a very unfortunate meme to do with Vel'Koz back when he was first released?
Ooh, I don't know if I was. Now I'm intrigued, though. Oh, terrifying.
So, long story short, Vel'Koz's vision range was a lot. I think it was his vision rays was a lot longer than it was supposed to be.
Oh no.
And or was it that he was powering up too quickly? I don't remember the circumstances, but they memed it as like, you know, Vel'Koz enjoys analyzing his opponent's movements and learning from them, yada yada yada. Again, like just very much doing an in-universe excuse for why they had to disable something for him. The announcement got truncated at the worst possible portion of that. I'm just gonna find the hidden word in analyze, and so Vel'Koz enjoys that apparently. And somebody did a comic of all of the champions looking at the announcements, and oh goodness, what's his name? Really loves gems. He's a support. He's Tarek.
Oh yes.
And so Tarek is just like standing beside Vel'Koz, making a very smug face, going, "Truly, yeah."
That's really funny. Oh no.
And I was super impressed that the artist was able to capture the look of absolute, "Oh no, what are people gonna think?" With Vel'Koz's eyeball and lack of mouth. Just like limp tendrils and like slightly morphed body parts, and just like, oh no. It's very good. It's very good. Okay, well. Oh, hang on. I have some purple shards that I managed to pick up. So there's that.
Oh.
Should get that. All right. Well.
Alright, we should go take this back. I have so much petrified log for you.
Amazing. That is not a door.
It works though.
I mean, it is a way out. In a way.
The end result was the same, so it's fine, right? Sorry, I'm just now seeing that Allegro is a name of a Polish website for auctions of various items. Intriguing.
Hello, Serkin. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Oh, I like this kind of extended look. What did... Ah, okay, I see how they structured it.
Da-da-da. Ba-ba-bum. I like collecting way too many water lilies when we go through that shard. I also unfortunately have way too many green petals now, but it's fine. We'll find something to do with them.
Yeah, I ended up dumping the green petals that I collected just because I wanted more lumber.
Yeah. Oh, hey there,
Hello,
bud.
Mr. Solicitor. Oh, there's another one.
Yeah,
Ow.
they usually have buddies. Alright. Doggy, no. Leave us alone. No, you do not wish to leave me alone. Alas. Apparently they're like part of the chapter 1 like update. Well, maybe not the chapter 1 updates, but part of the upcoming stuff is they're gonna have like bird behaviors, and they'll actually like swoop down to catch the mice and things. Like,
Oh, you mean like the dogs?
no, like the like birds and stuff. I mean, I think that eventually the dogs and wolves and stuff will also have their own unique behaviors. But my understanding is like for one of the like main examples they gave was like birds will actually swoop down and like eat the field mice and other stuff, and that's kind of wild.
That is cool, but that makes me want to see if there's a way that I can save this field mouse that lives outside my house.
Like protect.
Where
Allegro,
is
did you also get whiplash yesterday when Homestuck official decided to repost S-Cascade on you? They did what? I worked for like 14 hours straight yesterday and also got my blood drawn. I didn't see anything. What?
is.
I'm
Okay,
shook.
that's my lumber chest. Let's see. Suppose that's probably the best place for this.
Bum ba-dum bum. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. That's only some of my inventory.
Alright, well, let's get out more chests. Here works. This is not organized. This is not organized at all, but that's fine. This is fine. I'll deal with it later. That's a problem for later me.
Oh my gosh. Understood. Oops, that's how I meant to move.
I was thinking about doing a second level in here. To have, like,
yeah?
access to, like, the top row, but honestly, this is fine. Although, the way that I think it was Kiwi did the chests sideways, so you could go, each block was its own stack.
You can definitely like double the amount of space you have like in here if you do that. That's Wild Circuit. Well, I guess after this I'm doing a Cascade rewatch. That's so funny.
I have not interacted with Homestuck in probably... Oh my goodness. Easily 10 years. Easily 10 years.
I think that's super fair. To be fair, I largely haven't either. I never even finished the sequels. I started and then never finished. But
Also valid. Also valid. Alright, do you still have
it wasn't
more...
even like I thought it was bad. I think it's just like
It just drags
there's
on
like a
after
difference in
certain
the amount
period.
of wordiness.
Yeah,
Like a lot
yeah.
of the characters have that like, God, they're so fucking wordy to them, and it's kind of fine when you have like the silly comic parts in between. I think,
Yeah,
and with
yeah.
the sequel being like so just mostly a novel, right?
Mhm,
It was a little
mhm.
harder for my like attention span.
Sure, sure. Okay. Do you have further inventory to dump? Do I need to put more chests down, or no?
No. I think no. That's all of the petrified wood I had. So
Alrighty. Well, let's get to making... So, deadwood planks? Heck yeah. It is interesting how they change from petrified wood to deadwood. Like, you'd think that it would... Well, I guess... Maybe petrified wood is part of the classification? Is that what it is?
yeah, I think I think it. Sometimes the specific word choices are interesting from like a like a geology or biology standpoint, but like it like kind of makes sense. I suppose.
It does. Well, it's kind of like
I think
how...
of deadwood, I definitely think less about petrified wood, and because to me that rings that concept of like the more crystalline structure that happens with like a specific process.
Because petrified wood is wood that's been replaced with stone, essentially. So yeah, you're absolutely
So it is a little
right.
strange, but
Yeah. I don't know. I guess maybe they only want so many categories. And to be fair, they have also done a lot with those categories.
They have. Do you want help? Do you want me to... Do you want to put these sideways?
You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. It'll be easier with two people.
Okay, let me do this random stuff.
We'll dump all of these. Can't do that. There's not enough space.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. So...
Honestly, the way I've been dealing with this is I just start at the bottom. And I just
Yeah?
let it all fall.
You know what? Fair. It gets the job done.
Gets the job done. Oh god, are you gonna let me? Okay, there we go. Okay.
Go.
And then you had furniture stuff on the bottom.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, I'm trying to do it so that refined stuff goes towards the bottom, and raw
Okay,
materials go
okay.
towards the top.
Got it, got it.
So, second one here should be regular, like, logs. Third one should be sticks. And fourth would be plant fibers. And then probably
Okay.
sap, honestly, could move into there. But I don't think that was in this stack.
Were you putting the slabs and the stairs in the bottom one? Or the second
Yes.
bottom? Okay.
Because those are like that's where it gets weird. Because like those are technically refined materials. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure where your essence was. I'm gonna put that in the top too for a sec.
Yeah. It honestly probably shouldn't even be in that one. Oh, and here's where the organization gets a little weird. Weather's gonna look up for now. Have fun. Yes, we will. Thank you.
Woohoo!
Let's see. Ooh. Stretching is a good idea.
Each. Where do you want these? I'm gonna put the flowers in this one for now. Ba-da-da-da.
Yeah. Flowers and consumables were sharing a chest before, but if we're making this much more room, they can probably honestly get their own chests. Let's see. And I may even want to separate this out more now. You know what? That's the answer.
The answer.
So this first stack over here is going to remain where dirt goes. The second and third stacks, I think, are now going to be plant life.
Oh, okay.
So we'll move all of the stonework stuff to the fourth and onward. Oh, that's wheat, which is a food stuff, technically. So let's do food in this bottom one now, I guess.
You want me to make some more chests too while we are here?
I have a stack of 18 more chests, so I'll
Okay.
go ahead and pop some more of those. Up, I said. Thank you. Oh, gotta get rid of
Okay.
that.
Okay, so we're doing plant life. I'm gonna try to move more of the logs to the same area then. Do.
Alright, so let's go cobblestone in this column. And then basalt in the next one over.
Ba. Oops. Oh, no, I meant to. There we go.
Oh no, all the mechanic stuff there. Don't know where I found quartzite, but apparently I found quartzite at some point. Down she goes.
lots of stone things.
You know what? Let's do chalk up here.
Oh lordy, okay. Whoa, oh, you found one of the dragon eggs, cool.
Yeah, I haven't been able to figure out what to do with it yet, but sure I'll figure it out at some point.
Okay. I hope I'm putting the stone in the right stuff.
I'll come back and revisit exactly where everything is at some point later. So no worries if it gets a little weird.
And then more stone stuff here. Do I have... No, that was all my stuff. Okay.
I guess I'll put clay there for now.
Oh, there was more petrified logs and things.
Oh, that's basalt. Yeah, I just kind of tossed all of the petrified stuff in one place. I'm being. But that was also before we started doing this reorganization. Oh, hey, Prince Raglan, how are you doing?
Oh, hi, Raggles.
That's Sheela Gonzalez, owner and proprietor of the Come and Go Tavern, live at twitch.tv/Come and Go Tavern, where you can subscribe using your monthly Prime Gaming subscription. It is. It's also luring Allegro, who is currently helping me to unfuck my storage situation.
Ahahaha.
Because it
You know
is.
me, that's one of my favorite things. Unfucking.
You know, fair. Okay, let's see. And the salt stuff goes
What
down
if I just
here.
give you some of these petals as a treat? Just to...
Fair, I suppose. Oh. Let's take that out.
Hey, hun. Can I
Here,
borrow you
need
for a
one of
second?
these, like, chests to be just for
Yeah, you can borrow me
petrified
to do
lava.
that.
Ha.
Sorry, V
To the
came in.
opposite. I'm crying. Disorganize my chests.
Oh my.
Wild, truly. How do you even, like, turn that into, like, a oops?
I mean, currently the corset is keeping my chest organized, but you know, if you want to try your luck, okay, so let's make.
Nope, I did that one opposite, just to fuck with us. Alright.
Like, honestly, tool storage will probably end up being this last row over here. But we're not there yet.
There we go.
Thank you very much for the actual size redeem. Had you not
that's
seen
great.
it yet?
No, I had not seen that yet. That's great.
Amazing. This is my I'm gonna call it a truce with Twitch.tv on what I am and am not allowed to show on stream, as it were. Because if you have not seen the actual art, shall we say, it is not stream safe.
I see.
Yes. The corset is, shall we say, rather low cut. Let's see. Speaking of chests, I am going to make some more. There we go.
Okay, I don't know if that's truly the exact what you wanted, but I'm doing my little best.
Pop. Pop that. There. We're just gonna real quick throw these down. And then the actual point of the timer is to remind me to take a quick 5-minute break to make sure that ads go off correctly. So I will be doing that here in a moment. Ow, yep, the roof sure is right there. Why did I try to jump?
I know not.
Bop.
Hmm.
Oh, I can jump to there though. There we go. Alright, so I'm gonna send us to a quick commercial break. We'll keep doing what we're doing while we're away. Up. And the curtain falls.
The fall.
And we're on our way back. Marshall brick over.
I could put. Do you want me to just put leathers and this one next to the ore for now?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's see.
And then.
What are you? Oh, you're marble rubble. Okay, well, where'd the chalk and marble in? There, okay.
So many chests.
So many chests.
Oh, there's the rest of the tools. Okay.
Yeah, I just threw them in a chest earlier because I was like, okay, I need these out of the way.
Yeah, I can start putting those in the same area.
Works for me. I'm gonna toss fine
okay.
metal stuff in there. You know, I guess.
Where did you put it?
Oh,
there it is.
in with the ingots, yeah.
Gotcha. I can do that. Oh shit. I messed up my own organizing attempt.
Uh-oh.
So sad. Alright. There we go. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Now, where did you put leathers?
Right next to the ores.
Ah, there we are. Awesome.
I can put, I can put, like, armor right below that, so then it's, like, kind of... Yeah, your leathers, your armors, where's your tools? I could have swore there was more armor in here somewhere. Well...
do I still have one? No, I do not. I really only had 1 or 2 pieces. Oh, we got bone fragments and scrap fabric.
You could put that with the leathery stuff, maybe.
Yeah.
Or that column. This is interesting because I did not do my shit properly, so I don't really have like a good wall of chests anywhere. So my organization is so strange compared to like something where you could actually have like associated columns.
I guess this one will end up kind of being like glass and decorative. No. Where should sand go? If we had like Minecraft style auto organization, I would absolutely be tossing sand into its own thing that's near the dirt, but we do not. Let's see, food ended up.
I mean, if you still want to do like a sand and other type stuff, we could just move some of these columns over by one, and it could still go next to dirt.
We could, but I have literally 1 stack of sand, and it's not even a full stack.
Understood.
So it feels weird to do that for so little. Now, if they get into proper glass making in the game, that's when that becomes more valuable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They're gonna. So far we have, right now it processes into potion bottles. And then they said in the last update, because, you know, I didn't have anything to do besides work, so I was reading that in its entirety the other day.
Yeah, fair enough.
But they do have, they said that they've got the groundwork for, like, those, like, semi-transparent, like, proper tiles. So now they can do glass and stained glass and panels and things. So that's in work. I don't remember where that was on the timeline, but hopefully in the coming months.
Yeah, it's a low priority compared to some other things, I understand.
However, I am very excited for glass because I feel like the potion shop is so dark, and I keep like trying to add crystal things and like random light fixtures to make up for it. But like, it'd be so nice to just have some natural lighting.
Absolutely. Like, I am enjoying the simplicity that is making Windows right now. Not having to do that like 3 levels of derived materials for them. At least most of them. But yeah, just having full transparent glass would be really, really, really nice. Because right now I'm using one of the window styles that has like the diagonal grid in it. And that's great for exterior windows, but the window from what's supposed to be my office out to the bar, I would much prefer just being a clear glass window, you know?
Yeah. And they pretty much just like, unless you want the like sort of borked, the very haphazard windows, they don't have a lot of options. Just like look outside. You can have iron bars, decaying window, or that's mostly it.
That's about it, yeah.
Or hole.
Hole in wall. Okay. All right, let's do some flooring. Oh my goodness, that actually filled up my inventory perfectly. Heck yeah. Love it when that happens. That's not the food chest, that's the food chest.
I love the term. Sorry, I realized I hadn't looked at your like come and go tavern site before until that little myth popped up, and I love the term professional lovers.
It's a much kinder term, isn't it?
I do enjoy it. I also enjoy the name Salty Gleam.
Yes. Okay,
It sure has implications.
It sure does. Well, it does, but also that's because Erica in canon is my cousin, and my maiden name was Salty Pinch. The area of the bogmark that we come from is a salt swamp, which that's why it's I should say it's a brackish swamp, and so like my clan was very much in charge of mining the salts from underneath it, and so the Salty Gleam clan, they are cousins, but they did more surface level stuff. So it was more about like finding new deposits via the way that like salt accumulates on rocks and things. So they were more the surveyors of the overarching family. So yeah, yep. I have way too much fucking lore, is what this ultimately comes down to.
Lore. It's funny because I do love some good lore. Allegro has very little lore.
Oh,
Allegro is like it to be a silly little enigma of a siren. There was once, I think, when I got my 3D model done at first, and we did that re-debut event. I was like, most people put like a lore section here. I will instead have a series of rumors.
Aha!
Will I confirm any of them? Probably not.
Hey, that can be
But
just
there
as
they
fun
are.
though. There you go.
You know, that could be a fun little little chat redeem. Like hear a rumor.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hear a rumor on the waves. I don't know. That's cute.
All right. Well, do you want to help do flooring? Or are you pretty much done for the day? Okay. Well, basically the entirety of the actual main come and go is going to get done with these deadwood planks. So I would say grab as many as you can, refine them into the deadwood planks, and we will get going.
Okay. Amazing. I forgot to give you back your. I don't really know what to. Sorry, I'm realizing I had a couple random things of yours in my inventory. I'm like, oh dear, what do I do with these? All right,
Yeah,
they will
find
go
their way
there for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay, deadwood. No. Oh, should I make some more?
Yeah, I've got my inventory filled up with them, but it is a pretty big floor plan. So I have no doubt that we will be easily able to make use of these.
And it's just the planks. Nothing else, nothing fancy. Okay.
Nothing fancy.
Boop, 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 doo, 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 doo.
Because part of the follow-up on this ancient bookshelf is pretty cool looking. Nope, that'll be for later. That's for furniture for later. Not gonna think about that right now.
Easy to get distracted when the cool things show up.
Easy to get distracted, exactly. But yeah, no, we don't even need deadwood stairs because the come and go proper is a 1-level structure because, fun fact, when you are 3 feet tall and stairs are made for people who are roughly twice your height, it fucking sucks. So when I had the Come and Go built, I was like, nope, we're not doing stairs. We will sprawl. That's fine. No stairs.
No stairs. No peeps.
No stairs. Yep. The temple is significantly taller because, well, that's right and proper for a temple. You gotta have like lofty ceilings so that as you sing songs, they can, reverberate and all that. But that's still a
Gotta
different
get
thing.
those good acoustics.
It's very important that you involve pigeons in the construction of that at that point. Because,
I'm realizing
well,
maybe I should have made extra.
any bird can make a squawk, but it's important to get pigeons involved when you must get good sound, because any other squawk will bounce, but a coo sticks.
That was a good one. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
All right, so all of this that is grass is just going to become floor?
Yep. All of that is grass and stone becomes floor. Or I should say unrefined stone. The private area has a nice stone floor.
Okay, I will start from back here.
Hello, Techno. Let's see.
Hello.
Could always get goblin scale stairs. Yes, but I am one of the only goblins around here, apart from Erica. And so it was easier to just say, you know what? I am the one who is paying for this place to be built. I am going to make it according to my needs and everybody else's. And since you don't need stairs if it's a single-story place, then there you go.
Problem fixed.
Problem fixed. There is an underground storage area in the in the storage area, but that's more like the cool room. It's where all of the refrigerated stuff lives. But I don't go down there unless I have to. So
I was gonna say it's where all the cool kids are, but
Tish. Love it.
Oops. Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm glad you enjoyed that joke, Katie.
I should have brought my shovel. Alright.
I'm glad to hear that I'm not the only one who actually likes that shovels work the way they work.
It's like so nice to not have to use one of my more like the adamantite picks are just so helpful for like everything else that I'm like, since the shovel can do multiple things of dirt with 2 hits, just like it feels more worth it to me.
It takes a little getting used to, so I definitely understand the initial hesitation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like you have to like, the physics of them is quite strange, but I like feel like I got used to it a little bit. Oops.
That being said, Techno, there are places that have goblin scale stairs. Obviously, like if you're down further in the Bogmurk, where goblins are the main group down there, yeah, stairs that you encounter there are going to be more friendly. But even the place that I grew up, being a mine, functionally, ramps were more common than stairs because it's easier to roll things up and down a slight incline than it is to get it up and down stairs. Willforge was originally constructed by a conglomerate of humans and dwarves, so all of like the main staircases, and Willforge is the Flying City. That is, if you've ever seen my Discord's logo or seen like the Patreon's logo, that's what the symbol for it is. Which I should really revisit because it's less important to my story than a lot of other things. But because that was built by a conglomerate of humans and dwarves, all of the main stairway columns that go from different levels to different levels in the city are much more friendly because like there are more like a human average size stairs, and then right beside them there is a half size stairs for the smaller races. Well, I mean, like, it was a practicality thing. The city was originally built as a flying base during the war with Antinia, and so everybody had to be able to move at a reasonable pace to go from level to level. Think of it like an airship. I mean, like, it is an airship, but think of it like an aircraft carrier that can itself fly around. And then after the war, they started doing a lot more civilian work, and it slowly got taken over by the civilians, and is now just a flying city. It is a massive, easy way to get trade goods moved around the continent very, very easily. As I said before, I have too much lore. There's 8 books of it. And I'm not even joking. Yep. Plus a webcomic, which was not made by me. That was made by the person who created Juthos, who's our bartender here. Hello, Toxan. Hello, Plushy Pixie. How are you doing?
Hey, crew. What's up? Wow. Ooh, Dragon Quest.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello, my name is Sheela Ornthalis. I am the hostess here at the Come and Go Tavern. We have as our guest today Alluring Allegro, who is currently helping me redo some flooring. You've been influenced to play Dragon Quest. Nice. Love to hear that.
Heck yeah.
Ow. Thank you, Toxan. We do in fact rejoice. But yeah, no, we are just today working on doing the flooring stuff. Enjoy your lurk. As I was saying, welcome to the Come and Go Tavern. We are a full-service tavern in the town of Hope, in the world of Vania. We have a number of people who are available for a full-service package, but I want to say it was Alexia who I was seeing available earlier today. If you want somebody specific, you can do !food or !staff to take a look at either of our menus. Do I need to do anything else?
It's very cool. It's very fun. I saw it for the first time today. Recommend.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very important to me when I first started streaming that I was like, you know what, I want to have an interactive website for the Come and Go. Because, like, I have so much lore built up around it, because of the fact that, I as a character, Sheela, started off as a character in a book series, that I was like, you know what, I've got all this information, I may as well just make it a whole interactive thing. So, we've got art of all of the various people. There are still a couple of people that I need to get art for. Because right now it's mostly just the professional lovers that have been with me for the longest. But we've got a few newer employees who need to get art so they can get added to the menu. And then Ogre Daddy has made a couple of suggestions that I want to add to the food menu as well.
Ogre Daddy?
Yeah, Ogre Daddy is another streamer.
Okay. What a name. I love it.
Oh yeah, he is an ogre chef and cook and runs his own tavern, so made a few good suggestions of stuff to add. He is an absolutely delightful Germanic fellow. Thank you very much for the hydrate, brother. I do definitely need it. It's been a while.
Sip. Yeah, I'm excited for when you can find a new spot. It'll be great.
Oh, I missed something. I hope you guys are having fun. Need to find a new house location so bad. Yes.
If you ever need help, we are happy to adventure with you. I think the map is kind of borked right now, but we'll figure it out.
And I think Gata has kind of given up on fixing it for the time being because we're not even using a special map or anything. Like, this is just the regular map is fucked.
I think there's some element of better maps is actually still the problem because that or something else that we're using as a mod because it should be like in vanilla. It should be with multiplayer server. It should be fine, and sometimes it is. I don't know. It's very strange. It's very weird. We keep having issues, which is hilarious given that specifically this group in this world like half of us are directionally challenged. It's fine. It was fixed, to be clear. Like it was working
it was.
for a hot minute. Yeah. And then I don't know what happened.
Like, it makes me think that maybe there is an underlying issue because we still have access to the underground map, but not the overworld map, you know? And so
it's like anytime you go underground for too long or something, like it'll break again.
All right.
Ooh, flowers. Look at all those daisies.
Those,
Okay, and I'm good to work on this next bigger hallway too, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Yeah, if you see a place where there is like a polished stone, that is a transitional point. So like these are still in rooms, and then like as an example, over here, this is intended to be a door that leads outside. So this will eventually be an exterior garden space.
Got it.
So if you see this sort of a setup of polished stone, that is meant to be an exterior door.
I will leave it alone.
Let's see, this one is done as well. Oh wow, did we already finish the entire, like, budget room area? Oh, nope, we didn't do this hallway yet.
Oh, did we miss one? Oopsies.
Yeah, it is what it is. Instructions unclear. It's fine.
Oops.
You know what? It wouldn't hurt to just go ahead and blow out all of this flooring and then just do it all in one go, would it?
Probably. Okay. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
You know, it's a shame that video game music gets you flagged if it's from, like, the wrong video game, you know what I mean? Or if there are lyrics in it, stuff like that, because there are some albums that I have had to strike from my Tuesday rotation that are otherwise absolutely gorgeous, but have, like, one or two things in them that, for whatever reason, YouTube gives me the wag of the naughty finger for.
No. That's so sad.
And then, like, I've also gotten flagged by Square Enix while playing Square Enix's games. Like, I'm
actually.
actively playing your game, Square Enix. Like, this is... Yes, it's got a Final Fantasy VII soundtrack in it. Because it's Final Fantasy VII. What?
Okay, with the program. Come on now.
And I understand, like, from a production side of things, I understand why it happens. It is a relic of how Japan has dealt with international media trade forever. Because they are very, very, very protective of IP rights and things like that. Because back in the, like, 90s and 80s, they were not...
Yoho was strong, right?
Yoho was very strong, and even when people half bothered with it, a lot of Japanese companies got taken advantage of. So, not to get on my mecha bullshit again, but there is a reason why, like, one of the older, like, mech tabletop games, Battletech, functionally became non-existent for a little while. Because they licensed the toy rights for Macross, a series about, you know, giant robots, from... I think they got their license from Big West, which did have the rights to sell those rights. They were one of the main companies that was behind producing the anime in the first place. But another company... Harmony Gold then bought the broadcast rights for Macross, as well as a couple of other animes here in the West. They then, being a larger company, Harmony Gold is actually a real estate company, But one of their owners was like, I want to do an anime.
Wild.
Yep, nope. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I am glazing over so many things in this description. So they then took FOSSA, the game company behind BattleTech, to court over the fact that, like, oh, well, this means we should also get the toy rights. And they basically just buried FOSSA in legal fees until they relinquished. So FOSSA could no longer produce, like, a whole series of the mech miniatures that they had been using, and arguably they should have been making their own designs. I'm not saying they shouldn't have been. But, dick move, Harmony Gold, big dick move. You know what I mean?
One could argue tiny dick move, even.
Well, tiny dick move, even, yes. You know what? You're right, tiny dick move.
This is so sad.
And so yeah, that almost killed them as a company, which would have also lost us access to things like Shadowrun, which is one of the biggest cyberpunk tabletop games. And it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But so yeah, stuff like that made a lot of Japanese companies very hesitant to license things in the US. And then there was what happened with Saban, when it came to Super Sentai versus Power Rangers, which basically crippled Toei's ability to market Sentai outside of Japan, and still continues to do so. Even though Power Rangers is over, because of how litigious Saban is, and then the horrendous way that they got those contracts written. Essentially, it did not matter that the contract shifted from them to... Was it Saban, then Hasbro, then Disney back to Hasbro? Or was it Saban, Disney, Hasbro, Disney? I think the license is back with Hasbro now. Techno brought it up as well. They are functionally the reason that Sentai is dead. But I'm also going to say hello to Yokas. We're in a lot of the BattleTech designs, all various licensed ones. So then they slowly swap them out over time. I will come back to that one, Techno, because both fortunately and unfortunately, it was a very curling of the monkey's paw situation with that one, because Microsoft got involved. You can imagine how that went bad, but I'll explain in just a second. So, so Saban, then Disney, then back to Saban, then Hasbro. Okay, I got that out of order. And yeah, you don't think Toei really cared about international distro until more recently. You're correct. Because as long as Power Rangers was being made, they were still getting license fees for it. And so, that was fine. But as soon as Power Rangers stopped being made, suddenly they had to care about that international distro because, well, now they didn't have an income stream from Sentai. But because, the Hasbro still owned the rights for everything Sentai, in the international market pretty much in perpetuity, as a result of Saban's contract meddling and then Disney's, they still couldn't do anything about it. And so faced with the option of either continuing to make Sentai and really only being able to distribute the toys in Japan, versus doubling down on Kamen Rider and then starting a new project, which nobody else had the international licensing for, they chose to just double down on Rider and start Project Red. It also ended up being a good opportunity for them to bring back the Metal Hero subgenre, which I am super happy about because I fucking love Metal Heroes. If that was not obvious by the fact that I have my own Metal Hero OC, who I have written 2 episodes worth of a seasons of scripts for, and at some point I will write the rest of the first season because I already know how the whole thing goes. I just don't have the whole thing written. You know what I mean? I have the story arcs planned. I just need to write the rest of the damn thing. But I am very focused on the rewrites for my first 5 books right now. because I want to bring those up to my modern standards.
Books.
Oh boy. Okay, hang on. There's more. Okay. Yeah, presumably the contracts are better than the old Hasbro Kenner ones, e.g. the Kenner Star Wars contract was a crazy good deal as long as Kenner Hasbro kept paying the minimums, which they then stopped paying. Oops. But yeah, okay, so the Battletech situation. So the unseen mechs are what those first few designs that they licensed from Big West were called, because they were still officially part of the lore, but nobody could make official models for them. Nobody could make them, like, include art for them. They could not be included in, like, resource manuals or anything like that. So if you had the original resource manuals, you could use them, you know, and just use, like, a sub-in model for them or something like that, right? But they functionally didn't exist. And this is kind of where the term Lost Tech got introduced. Like, they used it as an opportunity to do something cool. So basically, like, the idea was that, like, the worlds that these mechs were originally produced on were glassed. And so the plans for them became lost. Nobody could produce them in universe even. It was very, very cool, right? You know, we love it when a story gets affected by IRL stuff and they do something cool with it. Well, when one of the successor companies to FASA, Harebrained Schemes, makers of my beloved Shadowrun Returns games, as well as the Battletech game, decided that they wanted to make said Battletech game, they were at the time they were published by Paradox, which but they were their own wholly owned entity, because it was actually started by one of the guys who originally created FASA and was one of the main hands in creating the original Battletech universe as well as Shadowrun. Like, he started the game company because he wanted to make more Shadowrun games, basically, and didn't want to deal with a tabletop thing. He was like, you know what? I've been working with a few other people and want to make video games now. Oop, and the sun is starting to go down. Do I have enough materials to make more torches?
I also stopped by my place, so if you need me to crawl into a bed, I can do that.
Oh yes, hang on a second. I will go ahead and do that, and that'll solve that problem in both ways, won't it? But okay. So, Jordan Weissman decides, you know, he wants to make another Battletech game, and they have a gangbusters Kickstarter for it. Because at the time, because HBS was a wholly independent thing, that was how they were getting their games funded. Basically, like, they would put it to the community and say, hey, we want to make this game. If you think we should make this game, you know, hand us some funding, and here's our baseline for what we want to do. And this was their fifth or sixth this was their seventh project, because they made the 3 Shadowrun Return games, 2 other games, like one of which included physical miniatures, and was on the leading edge of the like AR game thing that Spyro. Everybody thinks like the Spyro games started. No, HBS was actually there earlier, and their version of the game wasn't attached to a console or anything. You would use a smartphone and like maps, and it would automatically generate enemies and stuff, and you would move the physical miniatures around, and like they had an RFID chip built into them so that you could like track leveling up with the miniatures. It was very, very cool. Small company, unfortunately. So past their first run, they didn't really have much ability to make more stuff. But if you could get it, it was a very, very cool system while it was around. And then they made a couple of dungeon crawlers. I have gotten myself completely off track. Yep, nope. This is unfortunately one of my hyper focuses. So here we are.
As a treat.
As a treat, you know, y'all are getting all of the deep lore here. So Anywho, they decide, hey, we want to make another BattleTech game. We want to set it in this era, which, you know, if we can get the rights to do some of the Lost Tech stuff, we will. If we can't, it's whatever. They made an obscene amount of money on this Kickstarter. Hang on, I am going to go check because I want to quote the exact number because it was a large number. So this was 2015. Keep that time in mind. Where is it? They made 2.7, almost 2.8 million dollars in 2015 money.
Oh.
Just from the Kickstarter alone. As an independent studio that already has an established good workflow, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But that being said, that was also their not their first, their second game that they wanted to do in 3D, and it was their first tactics game that they wanted to do in 3D, and they wanted to do something that felt like a good adaptation of the hex-based combat of BattleTech's tabletop version. It ended up not being truly hex-based, but it is the most BattleTech-y game, like video game, that I believe has ever existed. It is a very close approximation that shaves off some of the stuff that would not work in a video game that works perfectly fine in a TTRPG. Other BattleTech players can fight me about that. As someone who is designed for both, I think they made the best possible decision to get the best of both worlds. Because, yeah, I've seen a lot of people complain about, like, oh, well, why didn't they include X, Y, or Z? And it's like, okay, well, you don't act like if they included that in the video game, it would feel bad. Trust me, I've seen it happen. Oh, we've got another commercial.
I hate to interrupt your stream, my little flower,
No, you're
but
fine.
there's a customer issue out front.
Oh, is this like a little issue, a big issue? What am I dealing with here, hun?
Just the former.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be with you in a second. So, I'll leave you all on a cliffhanger. When they made that Kickstarter and, you know, news started getting around about that, that came to Harmony Gold's attention. And Harmony Gold started trying to do legal shit about it. But we'll come back to what that ultimately meant after the 5-minute break. And then I will also catch up with... the last thing Techno said was, and as we learned recently, they almost let Transformers drop in the early 90s. Hasbro Europe saved the brand by going, "Are you insane?" That would have been wild, Techno. Holy shit, how different of a world would we exist in if that had happened? Holy moly. But, okay. We'll come back in about 5 minutes. Everyone stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments, and I will see you on the other side of the 5.
Oh, thank you, 5.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, no, the rest of this story is absolutely bonkers. I cannot wait to share it because it is the best and worst of corporate. But yeah, no, like, part of, and like, this is kind of the ongoing joke of this lore is that I fully applied my anthropology degree to writing the actual backstory and lore of the world. And so I want to say right now in the world of Vania, there are something like 12 active religions, each of which has their own pantheon, and then at least 3 dead ones. So, like, yep, there's a reason that this is referred to as the Temple of Non-Specific Worship. 'Cause there's a lot of gods.
Too many gods. Da, 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 da.
It has caused a few problems in the past. That whole war I mentioned before? Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So, where were we? Okay, I left y'all on the cliffhanger of Gold Harmony getting antsy about harebrained schemes, right? So, Harmony Gold, it takes a lot to pick a god. Hopefully it's not a Claude. Love that. So, Harmony Gold, smelling money in the water after seeing that Kickstarter, they were like, oh, hey, maybe we can extract more wealth from them, like the evil real estate company we are. And so they tried that. And HBS reached out to their publisher and said, hey, we might be in trouble. Like, we already offered to promise not to put these mechs in this game, right? And they didn't even want to take that for an answer. They just wanted us to force us into a situation where we had to give them money one way or the other. I want to say, again, don't quote me on this one because I don't remember off the top of my head. I think their publisher was Paradox. But at the time, Paradox was in the process of being purchased by Microsoft, right? And so Microsoft was just like, hey, we are also dealing with one of our other companies. I don't remember the name of the company, but they're the ones who make MechWarrior Online, which is also set in the BattleTech universe. So if you've heard the term MechWarrior before, but not the term BattleTech, same thing.
Okay.
And MechWarrior Online is essentially like a first-person mech simulator combat arena thing. It's like an MMO version of it. Of the older MechWarrior games, which are, very first person. Oh, I'm piloting a mech directly. You know the kind of nerd that's into that sort of thing. Like, it's that step beyond a flight simulator into I am now piloting the big stompy robot. Very, very fun. And gets very, very vehement with a specific kind of nerd. And so they were also the publisher for that company. Again, cannot remember the name of that one. But they were also, dragged into this situation because it's like, well, if we're going to attack HBS, we may as well attack these guys because we know for a fact that they want to put these mechs in the game, in their game. So if we can, Harmony Gold was like, oh well, if we can figure out a way to prove that they were all trying to add these mechs that they're not legally allowed to add, then we can extract a bunch of money from them. And Microsoft basically went, hey, how about if you didn't? How about if you fucking didn't do that? And HBS basically made an agreement to be purchased by Microsoft, which then got them a lot more money to build this BattleTech game, but it also meant they were owned by Microsoft now.
Yeah. Deal with the devil.
Deal with the devil. Because, oh boy, did that make Gold Harmony back the fuck off. And then, between HBS, their owner Jordan Weissman, and the other company that was making BattleTech MechWarrior Online, they created entirely new designs for all of the unseen mechs that then could be used. They were derivative enough while still being recognizable. And now all of the unseen mechs are officially allowed back into all BattleTech properties, which Catalyst Games, who are now the ones making the tabletop game, has also co-opted, which is good. Like, that is good. It is fantastic. We love that for them. And yeah, no, it was a whole fucking adventure. But Harmony Gold are still sitting on the rights to the very first Macross series. So even though a number of other Macross seasons have been made since the very first one, and all of those are legally distributable here in the West, the original Macross still cannot be distributed in the West because Harmony Gold hacked it into a longer series called Robotech, using Macross, Southern Cross, and Mosquita. So Southern Cross is basically lost media at this point because it cannot be licensed outside the US. It cannot be licensed outside Japan, and it was created during a time period where that basically meant death. And this is where we get tied back into how, media from Japan really got boned on a lot of things, and that taught them some very hard lessons when it came to distributing toys and things in the West. They are very, very protective of their media as a result. And so if you ever wonder why you can't get certain albums from Japanese artists, there's a good chance that this is the reason why. It's obviously not just Harmony Gold's fault. But
certainly didn't help.
Certainly didn't help. And Techno says, and to tie this back to Hytale, as we now know, Minecraft was propping up all this stuff with its profits. Yes. Weirdly enough, we do now know that the publisher purchases, and even the purchase of HBS and stuff like that, was propped up by Minecraft's profits. Which is fucking wild. Holy shit, the amount of stuff that Microsoft has done over the last few years and been able to get away with because they're being propped up by Minecraft's profits is truly bonkers.
Kind of terrifying, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. The fact that they were able to take such a loss for so long on the Xbox Game Pass and the PC Game Pass, simply because of Minecraft. Holy moly. And granted, they were also sitting on a pretty substantial war chest from when they were the de facto business computer for a very, very long time.
That's true.
But even that being said, the shift to Linux and Unix core was pretty much inevitable after a certain point. Because, enterprise things have used Unix core for decades. It is a problem because, the first place that I realized it was a problem was when I started hearing about ATM hacks. Because, if all of your ATMs use a Unix core and someone finds a vulnerability, then you don't have a very fast and easy way to upgrade all of those ATMs, or alternatively, a way to shield them from a physical abuse of some way, shape, or form. Yeah, that's bad. That's real fucking bad. But that gets into a whole other thing,
It feels like playing the Wikipedia rabbit hole game, but in a conversation.
And I can't even entirely blame my anthro degree for this one, just because one of the main things. Okay, so the main reason why I ended up getting an anthro degree on top of my theater degree is because one of the jobs that I was doing for a very long time was what's referred to as dramaturgy, which is historical research for entertainment productions. Basically, dramaturgy is used to primarily ensure that if an entertainment thing is historically set, let's say you're making something that's set in 1920s United States, or late 1910s, think the Gilded Age, that sort of thing. You have to have someone who has, if not a main focus on the Gilded Age, the research skills to look into every possible aspect of the Gilded Age and figure out what is appropriate to have on screen and what's not appropriate to have on screen. So the example that I used to give, and again, like this is me speaking as the person who is behind Sheela at this point, and has been for quite some time. But just to make that clear, for all of the lovely people who joined us from over at the Foxos stream, at Plushy Pixie's stream. If I go on rants like this is me, the creator and streamer, speaking. But one of my favorite examples to give to my students from back when I was teaching why dramaturgy is important is that you have to be able to make decisions about what is and isn't appropriate to put on screen, not just based in the historicity of something, but based on what the audience is going to expect from something. And before I dig deeper into that, I'm going to read what Techno's adding here. Granted, that's also why Blizzard could take a decade to make what became Overwatch, because WoW propped them up entirely as Overwatch came out of the PvP for Project Titan. And that's the thing. I love it when a successful company is willing to do a weird off-the-bank, like off-the-walls project to try something out. I am terrified for what might or might not happen with Bungie and Marathon right now, because Marathon is a fabulous project that I hope doesn't get cut out from under them because of what's going on with Sony right now. Yes, the Tiffany problem. Exactly, the Tiffany problem. So if anybody's not aware of it, Tiffany to a lot of people sounds like a fully modern name, but it actually has a basis going back to before the Norman invasion of what would eventually become Britain, if I'm recalling correctly. I don't remember the exact year, but it's an old name. It's a very old name. But again, it sounds too new to most people. The example that I used to give people was, again, tying it into that Gilded Age thing. Basically, wristwatches have existed since like the 1500s, in some way, shape, or form. They were rare outside of the Ottoman Empire, and for I think up into the mid-1800s. It's been a while since I told this story, so my dates on this are probably a bit off. But up until the mid-1800s, they were primarily used by women because it could be formed into like part of a piece of jewelry, like a bracelet or something like that. And so like it was just a convenience. It was, oh hey, that's very nice. That's a beautiful addition. And so men carried primarily pocket watches if they could afford them. Important there, if they could afford them. Now, once you hit World War I, where you have that second industrial revolution, so late 1800s, where miniaturization of gearing and things like that became more common, and then, again, World War I, having a watch on a chain was incredibly inconvenient. Wrapping one around your wrist was not. And so you get into that Gilded Age of the late 1910s, early 1920s, and you have a whole bunch of people who are coming back from the war. They've gotten used to using wristwatches. They are going into the factories and discovering, hey, wait a minute, having this wristwatch is way more convenient if I'm working with the machinery because, again, it's one less dangling thing that could get jammed into a piece of machinery, possibly getting me hurt. So wristwatches actually became super common. But how many people know all of that? Basically none. So if you set something in that time period where everybody is still wearing like newsy caps and everyone's wearing a three-piece suit all the time, whether they're upper class or lower class, people still expect to see pocket watches. Even though those are a horrible use in the factory. Because again, if you've ever worked around large machinery, you don't want anything dangling off of you. You do not want anything that could get snagged or anything like that. That's why people who are working in factories roll up their sleeves. Even though, for propriety's sake, you have to roll. You have to still be wearing the 3-piece suit or like full-length dresses and things like that. You hike up that skirt as soon as you get into the factory. You roll those sleeves up because you don't want to get caught in the machinery and die. You know?
It's not good.
Yeah, that is not on my list of things I want to do today. And so yeah, no, you just end up in this situation where it's like, okay, do we go for historically accurate, or do we go for what the audience is expecting to see? And so, like, that's why dramaturges are important. You have to be able to know, okay, what should we change, what shouldn't we change out of this? What is something that people do expect versus what is something that, you know, is going to become a background issue? Oh goodness, oh shoot, I really want to finish this row before we go and reset the time of day again. Where am I? I am still in the apartments. Okay, I'm in the library now. Okay. So I'm gonna run very quickly up to the temple. Do you have a bedroll with you, or should we make one?
I super don't, but I could just hop off for a sec when you go to sleep and then come right back. I feel like that's the easiest way to do it.
Probably. But yeah, so like sometimes you end up in situations where it's fun to do stuff like that, versus at other times, you know, it's, oh, boomers, oh goodness, oh, we're getting into a rant about the Odyssey movie. Oh, boomer, capital B, not lowercase boomers. Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is our boomer.
Yes, this is our boomer. This is the boomer we love. Fascinating to learn. Makes you think of how we think of Victorians as super prudish, but that was only in public. Ooh, okay. I will come back to that one because that was one of my favorite discussions to have because of the script that we used in this class. So this is another example of guys appropriating stuff women did first and then freezing women out. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, actually, yes. As that happens a lot often in history. Yeah, the wristwatch thing of, you know, it just became a thing. Yep. Boomer's rant on the armor in the new Odyssey movie. Okay, I have not paid attention to the armor in that one. I will, and I know armor is a particular bugbear for boomers, so I will bow to the master in that one.
The TLDR is that it's bad. The TLDR is that it's boring as fuck.
Okay, excellent. Love that.
They're like, what if we did the most basic, unrelated to like the actual time period armor possible?
Oh. Supposedly it's not accurate to the armor of the period. Yeah. Well, because like armor was such a personal thing in that period. Okay, reset has happened.
I'm all back. Yeah, I'm also super not like that is boomers like history territory. I know not much beyond like random pieces, mostly which boomer has taught me over the years. But
it's like how period pieces color gets eliminated. Oh my goodness. Everything was so colorful. Oh my goodness.
And they were like, what? No, color's not real. It's the, that's like one of my, like, the most interesting things to have learned about in like the last decade was like, oh yeah, actually, all of this, like, look at the classics, look at the white, like, marble aesthetic of our like forefathers and predecessors. And it's like, no, it's incredible to learn that is not at all like,
it was so gaudy.
What anything looked like. We've always loved color, and the like idea that like no, the pure white classics is like, there's a lot to unpack there. There's so much to unpack there.
Oh goodness gracious, there is. Up until they can hit us more accurately with guns if we wear bright red. Oh yeah. And to be fair, that is, like, I would genuinely still love it if artillery units still wore the stupid bright colors. You know? Like, if you're in a unit that is super duper far from the front lines, fuck it, let's be flamboyant. Why aren't we? You know?
I'm
Now,
here for it.
I mean, like, that argument goes away a little bit these days because of the whole, like, drone warfare and...
Yeah.
Where are the front lines at this point, really? But I don't know. I'm kind of anti-war in the first place, and so like this is
Also
kind
true.
of an argument in a vacuum.
A theoretical flamboyancy on the
thing.
battlefields. Yeah.
Right. Like if we're gonna do battle anyway, I feel like we should just be real about it, I don't know. Can we just decide battles with airsoft instead? Like that gets all of those like aggressive tendencies out, but it's basically just laser tag,
I love laser tag. Yes, let's
Laser
solve all
tag
our
is super
problems.
fun.
Let's go back to solving our problems with games. We can do chess, we can do laser tag. Sometimes we do it with the Olympics, but not really.
Yeah.
The Olympics, I had one teacher in high school he was a lot. Largely, I think
boy.
he had a height complex. But, he was a big sports guy. He was a big history guy. And instead of like the stereotypical, like only focus on like war, sort of history nerd, he combined that like conflict and sports history and so he taught a capstone course when I was a senior about the like microcosm of sports and like political conflicts.
Sure.
And so that was actually quite interesting. I will say I didn't like him most of the time, but it was a very interesting class, and it was actually one of the first places that properly introduced me to the colonization of Palestine and that conflict and the different ways in which it unfolded, including with how that appeared in things like the Olympics and using that as a stage for geopolitical conflict.
Fascinating.
I don't know. It was very fascinating, very interesting. And it is kind of true. We have over time, vice versa. We've used sports and games and athleticism to try and meddle out political influence or handle conflicts. And we've also done the opposite, where it's we've used war and violence and political power to influence sports. So it was an interesting class.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. It is
now I'm gonna have to
interesting
go
in
read
which
about
the
that.
ways that humans are both competitive and collaborative creatures.
End of the day, we are more collaborative than we are competitive, but we are also nowhere near as finished as a species as we like to think we are, if that makes sense. It is a fallacy that humanity has evolved to an apex.
Yeah.
It is still way too easy for us to convince ourselves of things that are not true. It is still way too easy for us to be swayed by people who are telling us pretty lies because they fit into our existing worldview. You know what I mean?
And we are not fully over the use of physicality and or violence to
Yes.
overcome conflict with each other and or the environment around us,
Yeah, that it's that idea of we evolved in a metaphorical place where physicality was a requirement because there were dangers all around at all times. But society has largely created avenues to get rid of those dangers. And so now we're stuck with this, instinct to do violence that has no outlet otherwise. And then that gets turned into terrible, terrible things. Especially when combined with what I was talking about it's real super easy for people to fall into false beliefs and things like that. And this is not me ragging on any one particular belief structure. I hope that does not come off as that to anybody. But just when something is plainly true, i.e. there's physical evidence of the thing, and there is somebody arguing that no, it's not because my Sky Daddy says not.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, exactly. When you're hitting us
Sky
with
Poppy said no.
Oh no.
I'm not immune to this either. I'm Hawaiian. Like sometimes we just be saying like, nah. Mama Pele said, fuck you.
And like, sometimes, if there is no other explanation for a thing, fuck it. That's what it is. Like I have my own set of superstitions, having been raised in theater. Like there are if you've ever heard, like, you know how there's that meme of, like, well, dwarves don't officially have a religion, but their religion is actually just law? It's the same thing with theater. It's the same fucking thing with theater. We don't have a religion. Our religion is theater. Like, you're not allowed to whistle backstage. You're not allowed to say the name of the Scottish play within a theater. Like, bad things will happen. Well, there are reasons for these things, actually. The whistling thing, that has to do with the fact that the vast majority of the early scenic technicians were basically sailors who were off duty. Because even up into modern times, rigging that's used for raising and lowering lighting bars and equipment and things like that overhead is based on nautical rigging. Like, it still uses the same skill set. In that time period, it was really, really common for sailors to use what was essentially a whistle language because high-pitched sounds carried in storms. And so when they needed, rigging taken up, sails let out, all that sort of fun stuff, they had particular whistling patterns that were used to indicate to other crew members, here's what I need you to do. So if you whistle the wrong thing backstage when that's an active thing, you might get a 200-pound sandbag dropped on your head. Gee, I wonder why that's bad luck. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Another good example for that is the existence of what's referred to as a ghost light. When you leave a theater, at the end of the day, you are supposed to leave a light out on stage and the superstition is that it's supposed to chase away the ghosts because, there's a certain amount of truth to the fact that, like, when you put so much of your heart and soul into creating a show, you are kind of leaving a part of yourself behind with it, be you a technician or an actor. Now, what this literally means is that, like, you are leaving behind, quite frankly, more often than not, a little bit of blood. When we say there's blood, sweat, and tears in those sets, we're not lying. Ow!
It's not a joke.
It's not a joke. Stuff gets dropped, splinters hurt. I have put a staple into my hands on more than one occasion. It's not fun, but, it happens. Mistakes happen. And so, like, there's that superstition of you leave a part of yourself in every show. And so, there's that, where it's easy to make that jump with a ghost light, right? The actual reason for that is to prevent you from becoming a ghost if you walk off the edge of the stage into the 20-foot pit at the front of it that you didn't see in the dark. Superstitions arise from truth. Here we are. And I could go on for forever and a day, but let's catch up with chat real quick. Oh yeah, still back on the color thing from antiquity. People forgot that the British had the red uniforms for bragging rights, to show off that they could afford the dye. Ancient temples would have looked closer to how we expect circus tents to be in their color. The 1936 Olympics. Hell, look at that new Gen AI study about people's decision-making skills atrophying using it. Oh wow, y'all have been active today. I apologize for taking this long to catch up. Shower me, Sky Daddy. Okay, well that's just Zeus at that point. Need I remind anybody that he impregnated somebody in a golden shower? I'm not going to dig into that. Ooh. So yeah, no, the intersection of humanity with religion is a fascinating subject and was... Okay, so if I had pursued my master's in anthropology, the thing that I wanted to do my thesis on was actually that I am of the opinion that burial rites are more a result of environmental aspects rather than religious aspects, and that thus a lot of beliefs that we have surrounding death and the like are more a result of the environment in which those religions came about rather than the other way around. So, like, I don't think that it's religions came up with their death rites and beliefs and then kind of worked backwards to do those burial practices. I think it's that the burial practices that were required for those environments then informed death rites, which then informed the religions. Because if you look at like mummification practices in Egypt versus mummification practices in South America, they are incredibly different. And yeah. I'm not going to bore everyone with literal thesis level material at this point, but you know, I think it's a fascinating subject. You're digging a hole, non-flashback stat JPEG. Hello, Gata. Hello. We're not actually digging a hole. We're installing flooring in the come and go. Bored? You're not bored. Hey, fair enough. I don't know. I am. Whoop, no candles. I don't need you to be there. I don't know. I get sensitive when I start getting academic on people because, as has been established, I am on a very particular part of the spectrum, and so, streaming is part of... Oh my god, I just came to a realization. Hang on a second, I need to process something. Streaming is... Holy shit, streaming is how I deal with the fact that as a kid, I ended up trained not to talk about my hyperfixations and got really quiet about stuff. But being Sheela means that I get to be as chatty as I can be.
Welcome to the club.
Wow, okay, hey, we just processed that live on stream.
It's funny because I like have a similar but other side of the coin approach about it. Of like I have the extremely like inattentive ADHD side of things. And so I had the problem of the like, of like not talking at all or oversharing. And streaming is definitely started off as a great mode of being like, cool, this is a good excuse to like practice like talking more, and I can also just kind of be a bit more casual and say what I want. So yeah, welcome to the club. Maybe we should make t-shirts.
Hello, Dragon. Hello, everybody.
Oh, is that
Chat
Dragon?
is your emotional support coping mechanism. Oh no. Oh no, that has bad implications. But yeah, no, like it very, like, I understand why that was a bit of a problem when I was a kid because, you know, again, I was raised in the entertainment industry, and during shows, you have to be silent backstage. Everybody but Tegan gets a t-shirt. Or alternatively, if things are noisy, it's because something has gone wrong. You know what I mean? And so, combine that with the very toxic environment that my mom was raised in, it very much got imprinted on me that, like, children are meant to be seen and not heard. And I never broke that. And so, wow, okay, here we are. It's been a journey today, folks. Yippee. So, yeah, getting back to it, yeah, no, like, so it's anytime I start to get academic, that sort of unfortunate tick kicks in. And so I just kind of assume that people are not going to be as fascinated by this as I am. But if I have chat's permission, I absolutely will continue talking about that. Everyone gets an I'm autistic, and Tegan gets the one with the big arrow that says I'm with autistic. Amazing. Oh. If the block game was not already an indicator, honestly, you talking about your only interest? You know I don't care, right? And now they don't wonder. Now they wonder why you don't talk about what you like. Exactly. Many arrows pointing in all directions. You know, it's this thing that like, you know, it's. We kept trying to tell my spouse, hey, you should probably go talk to somebody about this because you sure are hanging around a lot of people who are autistic and on the ADHD spectrum and all of these things. And they were just like, surely not, surely not. I'm just an effervescent person with a number of hyperfocuses. Lo and behold, now that we have good health care, they are also ADHD. Who could have seen this coming?
Who could have foretold?
Who could have foreseen this? Talks about an interest and keeps getting interrupted, so you also stop talking about it. Yep, who could have ever known? Who could have ever known?
Oh, hello. By the way, I'm out of petrified.
Oh,
or
okay, cool.
deadwood,
I
so
still have some, so
I just
will
started.
go ahead and...
Okay, great. I've just been digging up floor.
Fair, fair. What in the world is going on out here? Oh, this is... Okay, we're at the exterior wall now. Okay, good to know, good to know. Alright, so I will go ahead and drop this in. Floor... it is... I keep making decisions of like, ooh, this is a pretty material, and then going, oh god, oh no, this is the worst material because now I have to go somewhere special to get it. And so all of my floors are made out of deadwood. And like, part of the upside down castle that I'm making is made out of volcanic materials. It's gorgeous. They're
Honestly,
gorgeous.
I think the
love
volcanic
them.
materials is the harder part of that one.
Honestly, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Even with an adamantite pickaxe, it can be annoying to
it's a
excavate.
pain. All right, so hang on a quick. I think we are done with my family's apartments now as well, which is this area that we've been working in. So kids room 2, kids room 3. This is where the boys live because they're inseparable. Okay. 4.
So many pigs lost to the war.
Storage area. Huh?
Right. Kiwi said so many pigs lost to the war, both because of volcanic materials.
This is me and V's room. Okay, then we're into the library. Which, yep, that means the entirety of the family apartments are done. Let's double check the dorms. Yep, that's good. That's good. Oh,
Considering that a lot of this initial version of the game was just stuff hodgepodge together from like a version of the game like 4 years ago, it's kind of incredible what they already had in here.
Honestly, yes. The number of variations on blocks and then the sub-variations that those blocks could do.
Vertigo's bug inside again.
Oh no, did he let loose or does he still have a hold of it?
It's in a jar, but Lynn's looking at it like it's candy.
Oh, nerds. Okay, hang on. I have to go make sure that they don't feed the youngest one a bug. I did find a spot in... She trusts her older brothers so much. And again, when I say older brothers, it's only by a few hours, really, but, like... Lynn was... We thought there were going to be 4. There turned out to be 5. Lynn has some stuff going on as a result. She will absolutely eat bugs. She is a lovely, wonderful little child who, you know, in retrospect is also me being like, hey, I got some quirks, let me put them into a character somewhere. Who is just very trusting, and her brothers sometimes take advantage of that. Because they're kids and they don't know better. it's less heinous than it used to be. Oh my goodness. But still. Anywho, we will be back in 5 or so minutes. Yeah, exactly. Free protein. You want the candy. Exactly. Oh, actually, hang on. We've been going for over 5 hours at this point. We can offer you bug. So... Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and go back over to the just chatting screen. Okay, I do still have one. You active. Okay, so I'm not going to send this to another thing. I'm just noticing that it's also 5 p.m. my time, so I should probably go take care of things like dinner.
Dinner. That seems important.
It is mildly important. So, thank you very much for being here with me today, Allegro. You were an incredible help. I think I might still have enough deadwood to actually finish the area out, but I shan't keep everybody around too terribly much longer because I also need dinner. Holy moly. So yeah, let's give you another shout out, because why not? Shout out, Luring Allegro. Boop. There you go.
Wow.
Let's catch up on everybody. You keep saying this, let the baby eat bug. I mean, listen, she will eat bugs on her own. She does not need help with that. It's mostly just, the problem is the boys keep finding new and interesting bugs to feed her, and I want to make sure they don't feed her one that's poisonous, you know what I mean?
That perhaps is important, yeah.
Like, if it's just a regular ass beetle, that's ultimately fine, whatever. But if it's like a bright red ant, no thank you, please don't. You know? Is dinner bugs? No, dinner tonight is probably for me gonna be pizza. You were looking for a granola bar, and the only option was one with Brazil nuts. Henbert vibrates slightly in the corner. Bug. You're scared to try because your mom is allergic. Oh no. Expand the baby's repertoire.
That's fair.
Yeah, you probably should not. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't test that if I had. If you haven't been tested for it, I wouldn't risk it. But okay, Allegro, do you have any fun streams coming up that we can tell chat about real quick?
Oh boy, unclear. I might play more Hytale on Sunday.
Fair enough.
Until then, it's a mystery.
Fair enough. Hytale Sundays, yes. Yes. That's Kiwi saying that. Of course.
Yes. I often stream with Kiwi, so.
What's wow, Gata? We have Hytale multiple times over the course of the week. We are very lucky to have a wonderful server moderator who keeps our server so nice and clean. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Actually, can I give Gata a shout out? Has the shout out redeem cooled down yet? Farmer Gata. Yes, it has. Nice.
Nice.
Flattery will get you nowhere, but please do go on. Fair enough.
You sure about that?
I mean, listen, buddy. Anywho, I also want to say thank you very much for stopping by, Weary Travelers, especially all of you who joined us from Plushy Pixie stream and stuck around. I hope we've been entertaining for you. Thank you very much for that last hydrate redeem, Weather. All right, so I hope you've enjoyed today's Hytale stream. I will be back on Friday, July 24th with more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Let's see, where did we started exploring the region around Costa del Sol last time and made a decent amount of progress, but we are not even halfway through that region's data pips, if the little dots underneath the name of the region are to be believed. So we will be continuing to chug away at that, because y'all know I love a good side quest. Until then, for more information about future streams, keep an eye on our blue sky at Come and Go Tavern for announcements and daily check-ins from the Come and Go. Oh wait, did this screen not get the refresh that has the? Oh no, I didn't refresh this one. I need to add the what's the word I'm looking for? The blue sky thing, username, the @ up above. Oh well. But hey, you can still see Alexia in the background. She's a lovely snake lady. But anywho, I have been your hostess, Sheela Ornthalis, today here with Alluring Allegro, and if you need to prop your feet up for a little while longer, we've got some more entertainment coming up soon via a raid. So let's check the menu and see who is online right now. Let's see. Ooh, Rosenthorn is playing RV there yet. Who is she playing with today? Do I know this person? I don't know, but we're gonna read over to her just in case, just because. So I will see you all next time. Ta-ta for now. Bye. 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 Bye.